ho. Alive ho. And yeah, I'm not
I'm-
calling AT a ho.
You are calling me a hoe.
It's
You
true.
always call me a hoe, especially when I come home and you slap me around and go, more money, bitch, more
Yeah.
money. How's Papa going to keep his ass habit and his game habit up without selling the TV, without getting more money? Let me check your special pocket. You tried to save $150 in your special pocket. You little bitch. You going out with bruises tomorrow. You're going out with bruises
Yes.
for all those men who like the fetishes. That's what you're going. You tie a rag around that bullet hole and you go back out there and work. Because Papa need his ring. Papa need his golden ring. Papa need his money.
That's
we do that all the time.
Fair.
We do that all the time.
Yeah.
And that's just a professional thing.
Yes.
Oh, which reminds me, could you please tell me to stay around after the broadcast because I've got a thing that I got to tell you about.
I'll try and remember. I intend to get like fucking rat-assed, so I don't know.
We might have a gig.
Ah, cool. Well, if I'm too rat-assed to remember it tonight, we'll talk about it on the weekend. So
we do have to talk on the weekend anyway.
Yeah. So one way or the other. So who's here? Hello, Luke, Invisible Chicken, Stella, good evening. We're
Stella,
rocking on.
Invisible Chicken, Luke. How the fuck are you? This funny thing is my glasses. I'm wearing them not to look important, but I'm wearing them to look intelligent. And
you do it the Rick Perry.
I can't see with them on because they're short-range reading glasses. And I can't read.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know that the blue tinge in the glasses is basically me trying to prove that I've got electronic equipment playing.
That's fair.
What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to be really specky and turn all the lights off and give myself some spooky lighting.
Spooky lighting.
Yeah. Watch this. And I've got diapers on, so it's really good.
And hello, Safa and Catherine as well in the chat. So, yeah, okay. AIDS is going for a little toddle. And we'll see what happens next. Well, it's Friday. Got a few drinks prepared, including the non-alcoholic one I made. Yes, Luke, I tend to have the spookier lighting in my side. And hello, Annette. Oh, he's off getting something, Annette. Peter, buenas noches. Yes, it is guten Abend. Drinkies, Safa, drinkies are planned. I've got to do the taste test of my clarified daiquiri. It's room temperature at the moment, which is why it's clear again. I don't know if you remember we were talking about last night. When I put it in the fridge, it gets cloudy, like something starts to come out of solution and it gets cloudy. But when it gets to room temperature, it goes really clear again. And I tested this a couple of times. And for aesthetics, for my video, I want it to be clear. So it's room temperature. So I'm going to put it in my tiki goblet with a big old chunk of ice for chilliness. Maybe I'll put that on ice now, actually.
Will you say chillins? Were you saying chillins as in the way black people say children? Or
no.
As in making things cold?
I'm talking about making things cold. I am not attempting a patois.
I'm in a racist mood tonight.
Right.
If you get out of line, the shambok's coming out.
Duly warned.
You are getting in the blue and the yellow and blue striped van, buddy. Because Soweto is not even a real place. It just means Southwest Township.
Yes. And it's just where they put everyone.
Water pipe in it. That's the message we're trying to send these people.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, Luke's got
And there
vodka
was
double
one
black
electrical
can.
line in it too.
Yeah.
And it was rated to 4,000 watts. And I reckon at one point it was pumping through 860,000 watts. It's amazing
Right.
that the fucking metal didn't just melt.
Okay. So we're all sharing drinkies. Luke's got vodka double black cans, which I don't mind. I haven't had them for ages, but I don't mind them. The old double black Smirnoffs. I remember once working with a Russian guy, Yevgeny, and we were having drinks and working as like, and they had the Smirnoff double blacks in the drinks, like they had beer and wine and some premixes. And I don't know, I said something stupid to Evgeny, like, holding a double black, like, oh, is there some vodka so you can feel at home? And he just looked at me with this look of absolute disdain and just went, it's not vodka. You come my place, I show you vodka. Just like, okay, sorry, this is not vodka. This is insult to Evgeny's heritage. Sorry. So I'm going to do my clarified Frankendaiquiri on camera. I have had a little taste of it, but I haven't had a proper taste. Like I've got to put it on ice and have a proper drink of it to really appreciate it. The little secret sip I had of it, it tasted pretty good. I've also made a clarified pina colada, which is just fucking awesome. And I have, if MB shows up, I'm going to taste test the non-alcoholic clarified drink I made last night. It's a really pretty rose pink color, and it's really clear, like filtered it 3 times. Oh yeah, Safa, it'd be an insult to you as well, saying like a Smirnoff double black is vodka. When it's really not. It's a neutral spirit with some flavors in it. Peter, you had to laugh. Someone starting a shit fight in a group chat because he dared to say he thought Italian coffee was better than Arabic. Oh, that's a sure way to start a fight. Definitely. Glee, anyone got a clue how much Kahlua and Bailey's is at the supermarket? Should be able to get some, Glee. We're not living in a third world country after all. I actually had to go out today and get coffee filters for my clarifying filtering thing. And that was fucking harder than I thought it would be. Supermarkets have just stopped selling them. I had to drive a couple suburbs to this specialist coffee shop that had them. So there's like 2 packets of 40. So even if I do it a lot, that's basically a year's supply. So I should be okay. So mind you, I've used 3 of them today already. So yeah, but I don't do it every day. So yeah, that was a real fucking shocker that the supermarkets just aren't stocking the coffee filters anymore. I panicked for a bit when I saw that. So I'm also
pods. It's bloody coffee pods has done it.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. But the supermarkets still sell the coffee that needs the coffee filters. They don't just sell coffee pods. They sell the ground coffee that actually needs the filters. So I don't understand. But Glee, I did leave my suburb, but it was for something I absolutely needed for work. So it was legit. It was a definite first world problem, Safa. I know, I drove about 2 suburbs. I had to go 2 suburbs to get it, to my old suburb, basically. Yes, 2 train stops. I had to go 2 train stops. So I had to have it. It was supplies I needed for work. So I'm also going to experiment tonight. It's one of these coffee drinks you can get in the supermarket, right? Because I fucking hate coffee. I just hate it. I've even tried, the really weird sweet ones vanilla caramel latte, and it's still gross, and I don't like it. And I thought, hey,
you pervert.
yeah, in Melbourne,
Hentai.
yeah, no, in Melbourne, I'm a pervert for not liking coffee. Ooh, Annette, indecisive. Don't know what to make yourself. I know the feeling, although I've actually planned it. So I thought, because, you know, I've done tea clarification, maybe if I did clarification of this coffee drink, it would take the edge off it that I really don't like can't tolerate, and it might be tolerable. Then again, it might not be. But that's what experiments are about. See, because then I could make, if I could make a coffee concoction that I could tolerate, there's, you know, a bunch of cocktails that had coffee in them that I never make because I fucking hate coffee. But if I can make this into something I like, might be a go. This could be. This is actually from Suntory, so it's Japanese. Or is it made in Japan? Yeah, I thought it might have. They might have just made it under license here, but bizarrely enough, this was in my local supermarket, and it's actually from Japan, which seems odd, honestly. Pete, coffee upsets your stomach. You drink. Yeah, it has that effect on a lot of people. A lot of people say the instant they drink coffee, it just the whole digestive system kicks in, and they have to take a shit straight away. But I don't know that.
Bloody stupid. I can't see anything with my glasses on.
Mine are the opposite, because I'm short-sighted. To see stuff, I need to have them on. They're multifocal, so the bottom, I think, is just plain glass. So, like, I can read stuff here by looking down. But to see stuff over there, I need the glasses, or it's a fucking blur. So I'm going to try clarifying experiments with coffee tonight. One, I'll just do literally just the coffee. So it'll be this, some lemon juice to make sure it curdles, and some milk. And then I'll filter that. It'll probably come out quite clear or maybe yellow. I don't know.
Didn't they used to call something like that a cement mixer?
Oh, no. A cement mixer is if you do it the whole thing. It's let me get the ingredients, but it's basically milk and something that will curdle the milk,
and you drink it, and
you take it in your mouth, and it coagulates in your mouth, and then you got to swallow it, and it apparently is an awesome way to get someone to vomit. Peter, did you see the mansions get fucked up on the Womble coast last night? I had a good chuckle. Oh, no, I didn't see what was actually putting them in danger. What was putting the mansions in danger? I missed that story. Okay, the worst shot ever, the cement mixer. Oh, that's it. Okay. The cement mixer, classically, is Bailey's and lime juice. And you put them both in your mouth at the same time, close your mouth and shake your head around, and you're the cement mixer, and then it just coagulates into something truly horrifying in your mouth, and then you've got to swallow it. So it's bad.
Let it come up smelling awful.
Yes. Stella, sorry. Okay, I haven't done any experiments with coffee yet. The coffee might be acidic enough to curdle on its own, but I want to make sure, so I'm going to put some lemon juice in. Or what should I could put lemon juice or pineapple juice or grapefruit juice in. What's
lemon.
Aidsy has spoken. Yes, we're all agreeing a cement mixer sounds disgusting. It is a thing you do to try and get someone to throw up, basically. It's that bad. Yes, Glee. I basically maxed out because I got private health insurance because I was paranoid, and it has bonuses like for optical and dental and whatnot. So I make sure to max those out. So I get expensive glasses because I'm paying to have it subsidized anyway. So like Like these glasses on their own, I think, would cost $300 or $400 because they're multifocal and they got a special coating and they're the transitioning ones. If I go out in the sunlight, they go dark like sunglasses. And I don't think I paid anything for them. I think it was covered by my health insurance. So, or maybe I paid $50. I don't remember because it was last year. Yeah. So that's why I get expensive glasses, because I paid for private health insurance because I'm paranoid, because there's just been so many severe health things in my family with cancer and shit that I'm paranoid about something happened to me, and I want to be covered and I want the family covered. So
I buy private health insurance because of no. I don't buy private health insurance because I've asked them nicely.
Yeah.
And I usually get 2 diseases in and they go, stop.
Yeah.
No, stop. And one of them, bloody MBF. Medibank Private, the smart ass little cunt.
Yeah.
Fucking, he said, no, keep going. No, keep going. Keep going. I've got a quote for you. Keep going. He says, all right, Mr. Collier, your premiums will be $85,000 a year.
Yeah.
We good?
Sounds about right.
I said, what does that cover me for? And he says, about $65,000 a year. Smart ass.
Yeah, they can be like that.
I suppose at the end of a long day and you get a customer coming on going, I am the Grim Reaper. I am the bringer of pestilence. What can you do for me? I am the rider on a pale horse.
Yes. Behold, I saw a pale rider. Yeah, that's AIDSy, basically. Yep, Stella, I know bloody that feeling. You have private health insurance when you're healthy, and then if you get sick, you can't afford to keep it up. Could be worse. Hey, Big Pat, how you doing, mate?
You've also got kids too, don't you, Angry?
Yes, and that was another reason I did it.
The reason you get private health insurance.
To cover them. And soon they will be adults too old to be on my cover, so I'll probably cut back on cover then. But anyway, we'll see. Luke, 3 dickheads who hopped a train to South Australia are back in Melbourne tonight. I did not hear that story either. I must have been avoiding the news. Hello, Kirsten. Good evening. Well, I might even have my first drinky, and I'll make it my daiquiri. I just got to shoot the end of the video for the cocktail channel where I'll put it live tomorrow. You can watch it tomorrow.
Just so your cocktail channel's going live tomorrow?
Yes, my Franken daiquiri. I'm going to say it's a Papa Doble, but it's like a Papa Triple.
I've put a few up already.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got like 40. I don't know. I've got a bunch of videos up already.
Oh, I thought you were getting them all in the can and then putting them up.
Well, I did, but that was ages ago. They were in the can, so I started the channel.
I might have missed out on a few weeks because I might.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah, might
have been my pandemic project.
Because you'll remember too that before I went into hospital, I was in hospital, and before that, I wasn't real well.
Yeah, exactly.
I went into the chemist once, and I was sweating. It was 3 degrees outside.
Yeah.
And I was sweating so much that I was drenched, and my eyes were red from having sweat and blood come out of them. And I came up to the dosing table, and people were literally getting out of my way. And you know that thing they do when they grab their kids and they pull them away from the dirty man?
Yes.
They were doing that. And then the pharmacist come up and said, "Hey, Aidsy, Jesus." And the pharmacists aren't allowed to say rude words.
Yeah.
And so she's come up and she says, "Hey, Aidsy, hey, Jesus.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
How did you get here? Did you fall over? Oh my God, stay there. I want to check your temperature." And she got one of those new electric thermometers out of the packet, you know.
Right. The one they
put it
point
under
at
my
your head.
tongue, said,
Oh,
"Leave
no.
it there for a minute." And she looked at it and went, "That's a little high." And then she threw it in the bin.
Yeah.
I thought that was excessive.
Yeah.
I thought she could have washed it.
That's what we call an unspoken message there.
And then she suggested that I go to hospital, and I didn't. And I was later.
Sorry, I was just going to say in the chat saying hi to Aussie Gun Bunny. This is the one I made the other night, and I'm doing the proper taste test of it. I also, if MB comes in tonight, I'll do a taste test of the non-alcoholic beverage I made to see if it tastes good. And Annette wants to drink something chocolatey but not too sweet. You got some creme de cacao, didn't you? From Dan's? We were both buying the Voc liqueur. They were really cheap at Dan's. Still cheap at Dan's, actually. I got, some white and some brown creme de cacao because it's good.
It's the shape of the 70s.
Yeah, except it's just a rectangle bottle now. Those 70-shaped ones were the tits in the 70s.
Have they changed the shape of the bottle?
Yeah, it's just this sort of rectangular bottle now. Not that really funky.
Because the Voc bottles were just the weirdest fucking things.
Yes.
They were supposed to be sort of modernism and deco all rolled into one, and
something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
You can't do that without making an abortion happen.
Yeah. I'm coming up with a cocktail idea for Annette. I've got one in mind. Yes, a 20th century. I knew I'm pretty sure you have gin, don't you, Annette? A 20th century is a really nice cocktail. It's gin, creme de cacao. But basically, look, okay, you could just do gin and creme de cacao, like 2 parts gin to 1 part creme de cacao. Or if you have some sort of white wine, you could get a bit fancier and do a version of a 20th century. If you have lemon juice and white wine, you could do a 20th century. But I reckon gin and white creme de cacao, just 2 parts gin to 1 part creme de cacao, I think that would be a nice chocolatey but not too sweet drink. I'm just throwing that one out there. That's the recommended recipe.
Who is the woman who would go to jazz clubs and order a pot of tea, and it was Long Island tea, and it would come in a teapot?
Dorothy Parker?
Dorothy Parker. And it came in this huge fucking teapot, and she'd have cups of tea, and occasionally protege girls would join her and have a cup of tea, and they'd suck it down and go.
Yes, Long Island iced tea.
The strongest fucking mixture they could put together.
It's all tradition. The traditional one is like all the white spirits. It's usually 4 or 5 white spirits. So like gin and white rum and tequila and whatever the hell else they have behind the bar that's white. And
is it Scotch or bourbon?
No, you put white ones in there, and the tea part is usually Coke.
Oh, okay.
Because so Annette, that's a recipe for a 20th century, Annette. If you got sweet white wine, where it says Lille Blanc, just sweet wine, and it's just a splash, quarter of an ounce, 15 mils. That's just a splash. So we're saying 1.5 shots of gin, half a shot to a shot of creme de cacao, depending how chocolatey you want it, and
2 shots,
and some lemon juice. That's a pretty good drink. Or if you want to keep it simple, just gin and creme de cacao, sort of 2 parts gin to 1 part creme de cacao, I think would be good.
Very nice.
So if this is only going to take a couple of minutes to do this taste test for video, do you want me to leave the microphone on and you can? I won't hear you.
Do it with you.
You can banter. I won't hear you, but you'll hear me.
Oh, okay, sure.
Because I've already done the
make fun of you or anything.
No, okay. See, I trust you.
We won't do that.
No, okay. I trust that you won't do that. That'll be fine. Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, so I'll just do that so you can still see me while I'm standing up. Oh, there we go.
Fix your tie. Straighten your tie.
Yeah, I can see. Thank you.
He was trying to be nice, and he's being a prick to me already. Well,
yeah.
Fuck him. As soon as his mic goes out, it's fucking all into it. And I can't see what you're saying about angry, but I say we start to say rude words that rhyme with what an asshole. In fact, rude words which rhyme with any rude word that are rude words. And we say them all about angry, right? For example, just today,
yes.
I spent all night learning how to make my computer write language and edit it, which was the bit that was giving me the shit. These iPads are fucking great. They're really, really good.
Look, I'm going to turn off my speaker. You should just tell the people what you've been doing. I'll only be a couple minutes.
Okay, mate.
Alrighty.
Good luck.
Thanks, man. All right, I'll turn off my mic too, just to be.
Okay, so these iPads are really fucking good. One of the things that was always a problem with your iPhone was that with Siri, you could effectively tell your phone to do a lot of things. Because remember, my hands are fucked, right? They're not very good at the 2-thumb typing or the 1-thumb typing or the typing. If I'm typing, I can't usually hold the phone at the same time. So I've usually got to hold the phone, right, with one hand and type with the other. And it looks just fucking mongoloid out in the street. Twice in my life, I've had a big issue taken off me and been given $5 for it. Once was when I had a lumbar puncture that went disastrously wrong, and I had to sit down in a doorway because spinal fluid was leaking out my back, and I'd bought a big issue, and this guy came up and said, "Oh, here you go, big fella. It's your last one. You've done well. Give me $5 and taken my fucking big issue." What a cockhead. My teeth are coming out. I'm going to glue them back in again for your entertainment. Anyway, so fucking how offended was I? Here we go. So anywho, the other time was just last week when I was having a laugh about it with Angry earlier on. I was trying to message boss of the house because things at that time were pretty tense and things were a bit up in the air. And it's fairly important that our communication stayed good. And I was in the street. Oh yeah, that's what you want. It was important that our communication stayed good. So I had to message him straight back, and I had a stick under one arm and my headphones blaring at me, which I had to turn off. And then I had my phone, and I dropped it twice, and I had to lean over and pick it up, and then type my message back, which was spelt wrong. And I eventually had to ring the guy, who said, "I'm in a fucking class, don't ring me." And I said, "It's all spelt wrong." And he says, "I know, you were wrong. I got your message, piss off." Anyway, as I was doing this, some bastard came up and took my big issue off me and gave me $5. And I thought, nice, nice. This is how low I have sunk. I don't even have the fluoro vest on or anything. I've just got the big issue. And they just take it off me and give me $5 going, oh, he needs it more than me. He needs it more than me. I was once busking, though, I will admit, and I was fire breathing. And the wind changed while I was fire breathing, and it came back over me. And what you've got to do in that situation is duck under the fire. You don't try and get away from it, you duck under it so that the wind will take it straight over you. But what happens is that the aerosolized fuel will fall with gravity straight down. And for a moment there, it looked like I was in a whirlwind of flame. And then it all disappeared up into this wonderful, apparently smoke ring mushroom cloud that I didn't see. I was just worried about my singed eyebrows. And I could breathe again and everything was fine. And everybody just went, woo, yeah, fucking going off. And this guy at the end of the show said, my kid is autistic. And I've gone, that's nice. And he doesn't pay attention to anything. But when you were fire breathing and it came back on you and he saw it envelop you, he actually put his hands up to his mouth as in he was afraid for you. And then when it all mushroom clouded off you, it came up like these, like, heaven sent fire up, and then you did this big present, the big ta-da, and because that's what you got to do after you fucked up, you present like crazy, going, yeah, I meant that. Everybody else was presenting as well, going, yeah, oh yeah, he meant that. Jesus Christ, Daisy, you burnt. As it was, I had second degree burns to my cheeks and to my upper lip. But that was basically because you always get a first degree burn from the fuel anyway. And that's not just with it on fire, that's just because the fuel is corrosive. Anywho, this guy with the autistic kid said, I've never seen a reaction out of him like that. He's so excited and he's so plugged in that he was talking about dinner and the family and everyone. And he wasn't talking monosyllabic sentences. He said, thank you very much for making our family's day. And he slipped me $100 fucking bucks. This was in 1989. So $100 back then is worth, I don't know, $700-800 today. It was a lot of fucking money. That was back when we had paper money and $100 was grey. Anyway,
right. What have you been doing while I've been away?
Oh, I was telling him about. Remember I was telling you about that guy who I was trying to text boss of the house because we were having difficulties and I had to get back to him quickly. And I was spelling it all wrong, and he took my fucking big issue off me and gave me $5, the prick. Because remember when it happened before when I had the lumbar puncture?
Yes.
And that was like, fuck you. And then it happened again a couple of weeks. I did tell you, didn't I?
Probably.
I'm sure. Anyway, so yeah, and I was also saying how when I was in the circus, I did a fire breathe show with a few fire breathers. There was 5 of us in a line, and the wind backed up on us. And the idea is when the wind backs up on you when you're fire breathing, you go under. You don't try and run away. You go under, so it blows it over your head.
Yeah.
And you finish exhaling the fuel because you don't want any fuel in you if you've got swirly wind. You just want to get rid of it.
Yep, that makes sense.
Anyway, so apparently everybody else, they were in a U shape ahead of me, so they felt the wind coming first, and they've turned into me to duck under, and it's all come over me, and I've ducked under last, and I've copped a full brunt of the flame, and of course all of the fuel, even though it's aerosolized, drops through gravity down to the ground on fire with you in it. And effectively you just got to be cool and patient. It's not going to last long. It's not going to burn because it can't burn without the aerosolization. As soon as the heat's closed, it just splash. That's it. It's done. You've got to have a lot of fuel for it to hit clothing and wick. You've got to have a lot of fuel.
Oh, yeah.
And really,
but it's spooky in the meantime.
Yeah.
It's spooky.
And in the meantime, of course, I don't know this, but I know that I'm surrounded by flame and that if I just be relaxed and chill about it, it'll all go away. And I'm looking up there and I'm seeing the last little bits of the fuel in the middle come down and going, oh, cool. That'll mean that I'll get my air pocket soon.
Yeah.
And I'll be able to breathe. And basically I will be able to compose myself while I'm covered in the wall of flame.
Yeah.
And so this is all happening. And of course the wall of flame leaves and I'm presenting like it was all meant to fucking happen.
Yeah.
Apparently from the outside what it looked like was this that everybody blew a ball of flame onto me, which I then accepted and increased, and it turned into this massive fireball which then swirled and then went up into this wonderful black smoke ring and mushroom cloud and dissipated, and the crowd went fucking off. They went fucking nuts, and we bowed and we bowed, and we were going to do 2 more tricks, and we went, fuck it, that's it, we're done.
Quit while we're ahead.
Because I was emceeing and I did the end of show bow. A couple of the others were looking at me going, we've got 2 more tricks, and I'm going, no, guys. This is it. This is our big pop. This is where we hand out the hat.
Yes.
Anyway, a guy came up to me after the show and said, I've got to catch you. And I'm going, oh, shit, I'm in trouble for fucking fire breathing in front of his child. Here we go. All right, get ready. And basically said, my son is autistic. And I've gone, well done, you. This is before I knew that.
Before you knew that about yourself.
And he said he doesn't respond to anything. He gets bored. He looks away. He looks at the ground. He looks at zippers. He looks at, anything else. But today when the fire show was on, he was transfixed at the people breathing fire, and especially the guy with the pink tutu and the orange boots. That was me. making the shapes out of the fire. Because what I could do is roll my head around and make snakes, and I could make spirals, and I could make puff balls go and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then when the Big Bang happened, he said for the first time ever, he looked like he was concerned about someone else. He had his little hands up to his face, going, the guy's in the middle of fire, he's in the middle of fire. And then it's all swirled around and then gone whoomph up. And like the big magician has made the fire go up, and then stood victorious under the canopy of flame. And of course, the glow of this stuff gives you this wonderful fucking lighting until it goes away, and then you've just got the dawn, the eventide of the sunset.
Yeah.
And he was jumping up and down and crying and laughing and jumping up and down. And he was talking about how he's going to have dinner with the family and what they were going to have for dinner. And it was going to be his favorite dinner. And it was going to be this, it was going to be that. And who was going to sit where at the table and this and that. And apparently he just wouldn't stop talking. And his mum and dad were crying. And apparently Sis and Bro were like just fucking thinking of any questions they could to ask him to keep him talking. And Dad fucking pops up to me and fucking says, yes, the first time we've ever seen that happen. And so as a very, very, very family heart-warming thank you, would like you to have this, and puts a bag in my palm. And I thought, oh, he's giving me a bag of dope. Nice, man. Turns out, no, it wasn't a bag of dope. It was just a little bank bag of $100.
Nice.
In 1989.
Yeah. And when you're unemployed in 1989.
Yeah, 1989. And I was saying it was about like, what, $700-800 now? It was a lot of fucking money back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
no, that's a nice payday.
For me, in the house that I was in 89, $40 a week. What's that? That's 5 weeks rent.
Yeah, you know, pretty good. Pretty good.
Close enough, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, trust me, I managed to spend it all on drugs in 2 days.
Yeah. But it's the thought that counts. You could have paid rent.
Counts.
Well. Yeah.
You know, and
by the way,
God with me. Yeah, how did it go?
Good. This is really tasty. My Hemingway special Papa Doble daiquiri is super tasty.
Every time you say Papa Doble, I can think of double, and I know that he put a double shotgun to his mouth.
Yeah.
I feel like such a bastard.
I have to admit, there was a joke the Australian cartoonist Patrick Cook did, and there's just like a picture of a hut in a jungle and comic sound effect of bang, and it's captioned, famed raconteur Ernest try that again. Famed raconteur Ernest Hemingway shoots his mouth off again. Okay, that's going there. That's too
much, man. That's too much.
Yeah.
Very funny, but too much.
Yeah.
That's just the kind of AIDS joke. You know, the joke that I used to get fucking hassled for the most was when I'd be up there, I'd be doing a routine, and I'd say, and you know what I love particularly is the look when you're in the bathroom, standing over the bath, with the little Vietnamese girl in it, because, you know, she's bleeding everywhere. And she gives you that look in her eyes where she knows, no, she's not going home.
Yeah. Who knew that you telling jokes about murdering people would occasionally alienate an audience? But
but they would go off. They would go fucking nuts at that.
Because it was the end of a whole thing. Yeah.
No, that was in the middle. That was in the
But you
middle.
built up to it, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. You don't just fucking go, oh yeah, I fucking child murdered a kitty I found in a pond.
Yeah.
Don't know what the kitty was doing in the pond. I didn't put the kitty in the pond. I think it was just a teenager who was too fat to realise she was pregnant, and then realised that she had to get rid of it somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That is a harsh way to start a routine.
That is. Yeah.
You've really got to be working hard to climb out of that one.
Yeah. Yeah. But, why do things the easy way, AZ? Why do things the easy way?
Never have, my colleague. Never have.
Okay. And so you're wondering about, AZ actually keeping people on his side with a routine like that, who's famous for the storytelling. Possibly one of my favorite stories of AZ is where he did literally the opposite when he was emceeing a show and he killed the room because he didn't like the next guy who was coming on. The previous joke had gone over, comics gone over really well. AZ's MC's been going over really well. And the next guy up is someone AZ really hated. So he just went out and killed the room, was just really flat, told a couple of really shit jokes, sucked the life out of the room, and everyone's going,
that was fucked of me.
Yeah. Anyway, this bloke's coming on now. You got in trouble for that, didn't you? From the venue.
A little bit, because the guy who was running the place knew exactly what I was doing, because he was a friend of mine and he knew me very well. And him and my other friend, it was Venus and Ellsbury, you know
Yes,
what the hell I'm talking about. Venus was running the place, and the guy that was on next, I fucking could have knifed in his sleep. I would have been happy if it had woken up on fire. He was that kind of prick. Traffic lights were built so that you could run him down on a red. Anyway, so I'm doing a fucking bang up job. The night's fucking humming along. And then I do a joke about I was just a shit. I was a total shit. I was going doobity, and the joke was going nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Which is your first sign that something's wrong.
Yeah.
Joke was going nowhere. It had details in it that were coming from nowhere. I was just literally making shit up. And then I've gone, what the fuck? Because and all the while I was trying to brush something off my shirt tail. What's the front of your shirt tail called?
Well, the front of your shirt.
In front of your shirt. So I'm trying to brush something out, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wash some period blood out of my shirt. I had a groupie root before, and I went to growl, and I got it off my face. Okay, I did get it off my face. Okay, didn't I? It's all off there. It's not in my mouth, and unfortunately, I'd had the chemo, and the chemo had made a whole bunch of ulcers.
Oh God.
Under my lips, and I pulled my lips out, and all the ulcers burst, and the blood just
started bleeding
oozed out of my mouth, and everyone's gone like they've just fucking reeled in shock. And I've gone, oh God, it's still there, isn't it? And I'm wiping it on my face, trying to get rid of it. And I'm going, I'm sort of embarrassed. Look, I'll just finish the joke. And then I've missed out on half the middle of the joke and no twist, and then done the punchline. And so then the duck said, I don't care. I'm going back without yous. And here's Danny Fuckwit. I didn't say Danny because there's a guy called Danny who's a really great guy who I love to death. And he comes out, and he's so fucking full of himself that he doesn't know that he's just been destroyed. Because the crowd is applauding, but they're more applauding out of habit.
Yeah.
And because of the tonation that I was using.
Yeah.
And I've gone off, and it was the only time venues was ever physical with me.
Oh no.
And I thought Ellsbury was going to get physical with me as well.
Yeah.
And they've taken me out the back into the kitchen because it was at the Comics Lounge, right?
Yeah.
They've taken me out the back into the kitchen, and apparently you could hear venues yelling from the front of house.
Oh no.
Me
Yeah.
fucking being an unprofessional cunt. And if I wanted to take out my vendettas, I could do it on my own fucking time, not on his money. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then I've arced up and said, well, why don't you pay me sometime? And then fucking venues has gone and fucking thumped me one, and Ellsbury's got in the way and gone, boys, this is out of hand because of a cunt that's on stage. It's not us, it's him.
Yeah.
Let's just keep that in perspective.
Oh no.
Okay? Because what had happened was he'd hit my now ex-wife.
Yeah.
And I wanted him dead. And I said, well, press charges. And she said, no, I don't want to. And I'm going, all right, I will find a way to hurt you. And I found several ways to hurt him over several weeks. It took him 6 weeks. 6 fucking weeks to finally come up and say, dude, have I offended you in some way? And I've gone, well, yeah, you have. And it was about when you hit my wife. That upset me. That upset me quite a bit, actually. Oh, right. Yeah, right. Because that was the spur of the moment thing. They usually are, aren't they?
Oh god. Fuck. What a
often
fuck.
a spur of the moment thing is, and then was venues right beside me going,
yeah.
We're talking about spur of the moment things, are we, Azy? Azy, why don't you go and see I can't even remember his name now. In the office, because he needs to have a word with you.
Jesus. Okay. Oh Jesus.
So,
yeah. Well,
mind you,
yeah.
they did fucking arsehole. He was in a show with some mates of ours, and they were trialing the show because we had a weekly spot at the lounge.
Yeah.
And our aim was to train up kids to learn how to write TV, because you can't do stand-up and then go into TV going, oh, everything's going to be fine, because it doesn't work like that. You've got to be writing new top shelf stuff every week. And so you would get the same kids back to do top shelf stuff every week. And the idea was that we would then bring our people in front of producers over a number of, say, 3, 4, 5 weeks and say, look what we can do for you for 2.5 hours for fuck all money. And as it was, a very powerful media entertainment arts company cherry-picked all our best.
Yeah.
And walked away.
Yep.
And I remember venues being heartbroken because they did it 3 years in a row. And he just said, because he confronted them about it too and said, can you just not?
Yeah.
If you're gonna, can you give me a cutout fee?
Yeah.
Because we're doing all the work and you're getting all of the benefit. Getting all of the profit. And this guy said, well, that's sort of how business works. You get the best profit you can. And it was like, well, can you throw a gig our way? Like, can you throw some TV time our way? Because we're good for it.
Yeah.
And he went, well, we'll see what.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We'll see what Rove says. Okay.
Yeah.
And apparently, I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is real. I'm just making shit up now, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, Rove was all for going, yeah, let's do it. Let's give him some TV time. And then Belinda got really sick. She went into the downturn.
Yeah.
And then it was fucking all projects off. Fucking riders to the millstone. Ghost riders will be reporting for duty at their allotted times. And, we never got our TV time. But poor old venues was gutted because we were doing some really good work with some really good people, and they were getting really famous, and we weren't.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a brutal freaking world. It's interesting. Aussie Gun Bunny wants to see us do a watching something video. Like he suggested us watching Hamilton, the musical, but I don't have Disney Plus, so we can't do that. But a few people saying we should do a Netflix watch party. You know how we used to do video commentary tracks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aussie Gun Bunny wants us to do more of that.
I'd like to do more of that. I love that stuff.
This modern world, what we can do is what's called a Netflix party. I can make sure you've got a login to go into Netflix, and then we can watch it in our respective things. And in fact, we do it live. Anyone can watch exactly the same time that we're watching. Otherwise, they can just be in the chat here watching us banter as we watch something. So that's the thing we can do. So, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right. I'm going to try and experiment with this coffee now. The major part of the experiment being, do I like coffee now? And
you don't. But
no. But if I clarify it, because I've gotten more of a taste for bitter drinks as I experimented with cocktails, and if I can take the fucking edge off it, I'm going to sweeten it as well, which is cheating a bit.
Because also, too, I would guarantee that you've had coffee made by fucking idiots.
No,
coffee is supposed to be espressed at 92 degrees Celsius, no hotter.
Dude, I've lived in Melbourne. I've had coffee. I've tried coffee dozens of times, right down to including a fancy schmancy place that was doing cold press coffee that's not meant to have any of the bitterness that like doing the coffee too hot does. And I didn't like that. Yeah, I know. It's a complete wank. Yes, absolutely. But I've tried
Bullshit.
I love this one.
Cold pressing their coffee, it means it's too shit for them to hot espresso it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why these motherfuckers think they can get away with it. They say, oh, yes, we've got a marketing exercise here that is claimed to have all these benefits. And you look at the claims and you go, there is absolutely not one shred of backup for any of these claims, right? Well, whereas if you talk to a barista who knows what they're about and who gives a fuck about what they're about, they can tell you exactly why and when and how things are done to make that perfectly golden cremed piece of sweet, slightly aromatic, taking you to different places.
AZ's jizzing in his pants. I've told him not to jizz in his pants on the live streams, but he started talking about coffee and now he's jizzing in his pants. Okay? It always, see? No, this is like, how did you get taken off YouTube? I was doing a live stream and my partner just jizzed everywhere while he was talking about coffee. That's how
like a boss.
That's the tale of the tape. Right, so I'm gonna do this experiment. So I'm just gonna quickly set up. I have to get a couple of components ready. Just got to go
I
out
was
here.
once talking to a guy who was a barista, and I said, "Oh yeah, cool. Are you studying?" He said, "No, I'm a barista. I wanted to be a barista. I studied to be a barista.
Fair enough.
I've always wanted to be a barista, and now I am a barista at 3 of Melbourne's best hotels." So he has 3 shifts basically of 3 hours each, and he goes on and he sets up his machine exactly how he likes it. And if he doesn't like the way the machine is, he turns the machine off, pushes it out of the way, and gets the backup machine in. He insists on having a backup machine because he will not serve shit coffee.
Fair enough.
And basically, he's had oil sheiks come in going, "You think you're so good at the coffee? I want my affogato made with double shot, this gelato, this blah, blah, this blah, 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 blah." He says, "Sir, of course." Sat down again and heard he's jizzing in his pants. "Oh, David!
When you talk to David, I'm going to switch my microphone off again so I can do the first part of this experiment, and you can regale the folks.
Okay, I regale the folks. Your mic's off yet?
Yes, it is now.
Angry's a cockhead. Angry's a cockhead. Angry's a cockhead. Yes, his mic's off. David, I've got a gig for you if you want it. It shouldn't be very hard, but I've got a pilot to do, and I've got this idea. So if you feel like it and could get in touch with me when it's convenient for you, I'd like to tell you about this concept of a gig that I've got coming up with Angry to put on this live stream show, because he does his cocktail making, which makes me jealous. And we've hit upon this idea of doing something. Imagine it's a little bit like Black Mirror, only a lot shorter and a lot funnier. And the rhyme, "As I was walking down the stair, I met a man who was not there. He was not there again today. I wish that man would go away." Basically, that's the theme and the feel of the series, and I want to get a few in the can. And the thing is, of course, I'll be writing them, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask viewers if they want to do voices for them, and so I'm going to send them emails of voices to record and send back, and then we'll edit that all together. But what I want is pencil sketched montages of the scene, and then what we're going to do is get the next montage and then video fade it from one to the other, sort of A/B roll it, and then not even roll it, just sort of fade, and just make it look, and the horrible thing is the best impression I can come up with is that clip by Aha, anyway, that. So if we could maybe talk about it, I'm hoping that it's going to be easy. I'm hoping there's going to be no hassle, and I'm hoping it's going to be fun. And I'd be really honoured if you'd think about doing some of it for us. And I'm also going to try and make it as simple as I can, because I don't want to make it too fucking top heavy. Because that's my problem. I tend to get a bit fucking detailed. And I don't want to get detailed. I want to get simple. It's a simple rhyme about a creepy thing that lets you imagine what the creepy thing is. And I want this first pilot to have simple ideas in it that are creepy as hell, but at the same time pretty funny if you think them through. And yeah, what if you didn't go to heaven or hell? What if you decided where you went? What would you decide? And why would anyone want to decide to go to hell? Yeah, our friends in the outside the bathroom can tell you. Beyond that, I hope that you're going very well. I hope that you and your lovely ones are fabulous. I can't see any of your replies because Angry has control of all of that, and he is currently making a cocktail video, which is why I'm left here at the microphone. This is not a microphone. This is, in fact, a Nang machine, which I'm sucking down to try and get rid of some of the chronic pain that I'm receiving. But I was also telling people how wonderful iPads are, and they're fucking awesome. I just got a new iPad, and one of the things I've always had trouble with computers is you can tell them to either do commands or you can tell them to do, come on, you shiver thing. There you go. You can tell them to do commands or you can tell them to do editing language on your screen. With this one, you can tell it to do both, and it'll flip-flop back happily and open 3 and 4 programs in the same screen so that you can jump between them and drag and drop pieces of material in between. So that's going to hopefully make this process of making this show a lot quicker. Is what I'm hoping. The next hope is that my imagination doesn't fail me, and we don't wait 6 weeks for the next show to turn up, which has happened before. I hope that everyone there is having a great conversation. There is no way for me to put any of your conversations up on the monitor. That's all up to Angry, and he's doing his thing. And in the meantime, I might regale you with a story of I don't think I want to tell you about health. I think I want to tell you about a fire that got out of control. One of the things that I was always interested in as a kid, because I was getting poofed bashed all the time, was I wanted to put a bomb in one of these kids' lunch boxes, yeah, so that when he opened it, it'd blow up and probably wouldn't hurt him, but it'd throw dog shit or some other gas like hydrogen on him and singe all his hair off. So he'd look really stupid for the rest of the day. And school would be let out because essentially, you know, when there's a bomb at school, the police have to come through with the bomb squad and they have to check every room to see if there's another one's floating around. So then I would go home early and I would go, he. I got my enemy. So I was experimenting out in my backyard with bombs, and I found that crisp packets make really good wires and also really good incendiary devices. You can get them to burn, and you can get them to conduct electricity at the same time. If you throw enough voltage through them at once, you can get them to spark off a third bomb, and all of a sudden you've got an explosion happening. Now, let's talk about the difference between detonation and deflagration. Deflagration is where something burns really, really fast. Detonation is when something is trapped and explodes to a point where it releases a supersonic shockwave. Okay. Your bullet in your gun, for example, has a primer cap on it with mercury fulminate or something like that in it. The striking pin hits that, it detonates, and then it lights the gunpowder at the bottom of the bullet. Yo, Frankie the Skin. And then it deflagrates along the barrel of the gun, and it pushes the bullet out. It doesn't explode the bullet out, it pushes it out. So that it throws it like a spear, a very fast spear.
Very fast spear, yes.
Toward an animal to make it no longer a live animal, so that you can make it a yum animal. Spiky Beast is no problem with Mr. Bullet.
Tell you what, I don't like coffee.
Doesn't work for you, mate.
Oh, mate, it's like a fucking ashtray on my tongue. It's exactly as I remember every cup of coffee I've ever had. And I've never had a cup of coffee. I've had sips of cups of coffee, and I do not.
Just not going to happen for you, mate.
No, but I'm really keen on the clarification. You'll see the result of that in, I don't know. Oh, it might take a while to filter through. Hey, should we invite people and get a Brady Bunch thing happening?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. I was trying to get various different conversations going, but I sort of couldn't because I was on my own, and I was trying to explain the difference between detonation and deflagration.
That's all good.
Going to explain because I didn't want to do another hospital story, so I was going to do a story about how a fire got out of control in my backyard.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to make a bomb to put in the lunchbox of an enemy at school who was quarterbacking me all the time.
Of course you
did.
And
I wanted to make it so that when he opened his locker, it'd blow up, and he'd have, that effect that you get with black skin and hair and white eyes and teeth.
Yeah.
That effect.
Yeah.
Well, you can do that with a dust air bomb. So you need, like, I don't know, between a quarter and a half a cup of flour to be floating around in the air at the same time.
Oh my God! Oh, flour explosion. Okay.
And he's opened his locker, and then whoomp, out it's come at him. And then, of course, he's got the backdraft of the fuel that I've put in there.
Yeah.
And then that's blown him over as well to singe off the rest of his hair.
That's the plan.
As he's bashing himself to try and get the flames out, of which there are none, it's just hilarious watching him punching himself in the face. Just slapping himself in the face, like, get it off, slap, 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 slap. You're not on fire. Slap, 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 slap. I, of course, am sitting in the corner going, you hate to get an ambulance to take poor baby to nowhere, because the ambulance is going to show up and go, there is nothing wrong with you. This will
Yeah.
all wash off. You'll have at worst second-degree burns
Mm.
around some areas of your eye and mouth.
Yeah. And a few bruises from punching yourself in the face.
Yeah. Which was the funniest bit. Anyway,
That's beautiful bit of revenge.
I don't want to say I did it, but it worked beautifully.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't have done something that was that illegal, but apparently a thing like that happened to him and it was great.
It was fucking brilliant. It worked beautifully.
Yeah.
The only thing that fucked it up was my friend, my bestest friend in the whole wide world, was there because I was watching from a very long way away. Because I knew what was going to happen. And he was right next to it and saw it happen. And he said the funniest bit was, indeed, as we predicted, him slapping himself in the face to try and get the fire that was not on out.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was black, completely black from the chest up. And all his hair had been pushed back. You know?
So he's very cartoony.
Very cartoony.
Yeah.
And when the cops arrived and the bomb squad arrived, they took one look at it and said, yeah, this is not a real bomb. And the person who put it together could have easily quite fucked you up. Yeah. And they didn't. Have you been causing enemies lately? Oh, no, I've been causing no enemies.
Yeah.
And apparently the staff at the time rolled their eyes and gone, are you fucking kidding me? Nothing happened. I never got in trouble because I never did anything.
Of course you didn't.
I did get a talking to.
Yeah. All right. Pete's gonna. Sorry, I was just gonna say Pete's gonna join us. Anyone who hasn't noticed, I put a link in the chat. Hey Pete, you can join us Friday night party night.
Hey,
how you doing,
Pete,
buddy?
how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's a little tired today, but otherwise okay.
And I got told if I do it again, I'm gone.
You're allowed to do it once. So yeah. And Catherine, hey Catherine.
Hey.
Oh, something about your hair in your room looking very regal, Catherine.
Oh yeah. I was swimming today and so my hair's kind of damp, so
okay.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's a fetching look. Oh, and Kelly's joining as well. Hang on. We're
you didn't compliment my hair, Angry, I noticed.
Hey, Kelly.
No,
that's better than mine, Pete.
Hey, Catherine.
Yours is draped down like Catherine's. You drape your hair down like Catherine's. Yeah, see?
There
That's
we go.
what I'm talking about. That's what
It's better than mine. It's longer and straighter.
Yeah, but you have to drape it over so I can properly appreciate it. See?
How long have you done that for,
Can you
Pete?
stop? Because I'm coming to where you are.
All right. See?
None say motherfucker.
You've unleashed the beast.
Oh, now that is long, Kelly.
Oh, that's a great top,
nice.
Kelly.
That
That is fantastic.
I don't have it that long, and I don't think I've cut it all year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, this is almost hippie length for me. I got to get it. Now all the hairdressers are probably shut. So I'm going to have to wait 6 weeks at least before I can get a haircut.
Yeah.
Justin's going to come on when the sports are finished. Aussie Gun Bunny's going to come on. Well, there's 5 of us. We can have up to 10 of us. So, you know.
Excellent. 5 more.
So I'm washing the taste of coffee out of my mouth with my clarified pina colada, which is the best goddamn drink in all of history. So I noticed you're having a beer, Pete. Kelly, you were saying you can't handle beer. I hate beer. I just, again, I've never been able to get into beer.
Yeah.
You've got to really start beer as a young or you just missed the boat.
There's an echo here. It's going. I can't even follow anything that's happening.
Oh, Kelly's got weird audio. Well, actually, your audio is fine on my end, so Kelly's just going to get really confused. Oh no!
Are you sure you don't have YouTube and StreamYard open? Sometimes if you do that, you get a bad echo.
Oh, yes. Shut down YouTube while you're on StreamYard. That is good advice, Catherine.
Yeah. I meant to do that, but I didn't for some reason.
Yeah.
No, hey, we've all been there.
Jesus Christ, Kelly. Fuck's sake. You had one fucking job. You had one fucking job and you fucked it.
Yeah.
Nice work. Kelly, don't look at me. Fucking look at Andrew. No,
The irony
look
of
at Catherine.
AZ
She
having a
doesn't
go at
deserve-
someone
look
over
at
tech
Andrew.
issues
Look at
is a
Andrew.
bit rich.
Yeah.
Am I
looking at anybody? iPad, he feels very techy, and now he can watch
Is
people
your echo
around.
gone now?
Sorry, what's
Yeah,
up?
it's gone. It's okay
Oh,
now.
good.
Excellent.
Still, one fucking job, Kelly. One thing.
Hey, I'm usually on top of things, so.
Last time we gave one bloke one job to do, he found fucking briskets and failed to find a fire sculpture.
That sounds
Okay.
like something that happened in your head, AZ. I'm just saying.
Okay.
But relating to beer, it is definitely like I basically started drinking beer because I went to a party and there was nothing to drink but beer. So I just learned how to drink
I would have
beer.
drank water.
It's one of those things like it's like smoking. First time someone smokes, they cough their guts up and they absolutely hate it, and then they keep doing it. It's basically
Yeah, I've tried sober. Have you heard of that?
I have.
FriYay?
Slightly overrated for me, but
Because I don't drink alcohol at all. So
that's fair.
yeah, I tried sober, and I ended up watering it down with lemonade because Mum's like, "Oh, try it with lemonade." I used to drink it with lemonade, and I tried it with lemonade, and I ended up pouring a whole can of lemonade in it in order to be able to get it down, and that's just not good.
Hey, Nettie's joining us.
Hey, Nanny, lovely.
Hey,
Filtering
Hey,
my
this is-
coffee.
the drink you suggested, it's bloody delicious. I love it. I made
So
it with
what did you
pink
actually
gin.
put in? What did you actually put in?
Oh,
I made it with pink gin. Yes, I know the Gordon stuff. And I tried out the simplified version that you suggested.
Just with the creme de cacao?
Yes. And it tasted like my whooping cough mixture from when I was 10. So I know memory.
Memories.
and Moxicillin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ozzy Gun Bunny joining too.
Hello.
Hey,
Going, guys?
Okay.
About the Gordon pink gin, I'm not sure if I told you about how I went to that party, so I bought a whole bunch of Gordons. Did I tell you about the hangover I had for 2 days?
Oh,
So bad.
We don't want that.
It was, and I only had 3. Like 3 little ones.
Kelly,
And,
in your honour. Oh, wait, someone else is there. I just noticed. Who's there? AZ's come back. AZ's come back.
Hey.
Hello, can you hear me properly? I'm speaking into my microphone again.
Yes, that's definitely
That's
a
the thing.
microphone.
Can you hear me
Nothing.
with my microphone?
Yeah.
Is it good now?
So, Kelly, I'm going to do a taste test. This is the non-alcoholic clarified drink we made on the stream last night. I've been filtering it today. You can see it's a really pretty sort of pink.
Yeah,
roast.
it is.
So that's fruit punch and fruit juice, basically.
Yep.
Sorry, fruit tea and fruit juices. So
Yeah, well,
I'm also, I'm going to
You
try
right,
it.
Nettie?
I haven't had a problem. What are you doing,
My
Nettie?
cat has a bit of a dip. And yes, my cat has a dip.
Yeah, no, it's good. But I'll tell you, I'm going to fancy it up. Because who says you can't have a special occasion with a non-alcoholic drink? Watch there. I already had a plan for this. So I'm going to be 50-50 of that and it is really quite nice. I don't really go for those fruit infusions, the fruit teas. But,
That's basically the only tea I drink.
well, this is perfect for you.
Yeah.
I know why I came over here. I'm going to fancy it up. I got some frozen berries. I'm going to put them in and.
Ooh, that sounds good.
If the bloody packet will open, there we go. Okay, so.
Are you right, Aidsy, sweetie?
Well,
Is he
let's
ever?
just
Is he
find
ever?
He's
out
having problems with his microphone.
this, and we'll find out if I'm okay again.
Right.
All right, so some berries.
Mhm.
And.
Hello, sweetheart. What's up?
Hi.
Top it up with some bubbles because we're doing non-alcoholic. It's lemonade.
Oh, yep. Very good.
Yeah.
I don't go for soda water or stuff like that.
No, I don't really like soda water. So just give that a little stir. So now we have a look at that. I could even chuck more berries in there.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of berries,
It appears that I'm
could
back
you
normal.
make a cocktail where you like get alcohol and just like the bag of frozen berries and then like get berry vodka juice and then filter it a whole bunch of times?
Oh yeah, no, I do that often. Like I've got some
Okay.
with fruit peel, so it takes on the color and the flavor of the fruit. And yeah, if you squished up some berries and then left them, it's called macerating. Left them to absorb in there for I don't know, a couple of days, and then filter it out, and you get a really nice berry flavored drink. But okay, I'm definitely going to get more adventurous with these non-alcoholic milk clarifications. But as a first experiment, this one's really tasty. So yeah, for a bit of fun, if you want to use up a bit of time, Kelly, definitely the tea of your choice or the fruit of your choice. Fruit juices. Make sure there's an acidic one like lemon juice or grapefruit juice or pineapple juice.
Yep.
But basically, all the flavors you like, and then add them to milk, which will curdle, and then filter that maybe a couple times, which will take hours. But then you get this really light, clear drink that's really cool, and I think it's good by itself. But you definitely zest it up with some lemonade, and I mean, this is a summer drink. This one, this is like sit out there in the sunshine. Oh, I could knock back a few of these. And this is me who's always making cocktails, just saying this one. No, I could definitely knock back a few of these.
Yeah. I will have to try it, but I'll have to actually get a hold of some coffee filters first.
Hey, there we go.
And that was weirdly difficult today. The supermarkets weren't selling them. I had to go to a specialty coffee shop to get them. There's one in my old neighborhood. Or I was going to just order them online if I couldn't find a shop. And I was going, no, but I wanted them today. And Mrs. Angry went, well, the coffee shop where we used to live, go there. And I went, yep, okay. I would have eventually thought of the place I walked past every day for a couple of years.
Eventually.
Eventually.
I've tried coffee in a tin before, and I am a coffee drinker.
Yeah.
No, never again.
Well, see, to me, it just tastes like coffee because I'm so not a coffee drinker. So it's first passed through the filtration is much like it was black, and you can see how much lighter it is now. But it's still a bit cloudy, so I am going to run it through a second time when it's finished.
You saying you had tinned coffee? Was that Aussie Gone Bunny?
Aussie Gone Bunny, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Aussie Gone Bunny. Let me tell you a recipe that will make you a survivor. It'll make you able to go out on the Australian bushwalk with the SAS and be the envy of them. So what you need is your Moccona jarred coffee, freeze dried.
Yep.
You need a big canteen, right? A soup like those big cups they sell as soup bowl cups.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love those.
Right, you put 2.5 coffees in one of them, and 6 Australian white refined sugars.
Yep.
Then you fill milk up till about between a third and a half the way up, and then you fill the rest with water, and then you stir that fucker until there are no floaties around anymore.
Yep.
And then you sip that syrup down, because it is syrupy. There's a lot of sugar in it. You sip that syrup down and you go, oh my God, coffee that has been processed can actually be okay. It is actually all right. I can drink this.
Yeah.
And I can go for another 6-hour walk to the next trig station and leave company B behind, being made to shovel my shit into the hole that I accidentally left on the side of my latrine. Fuck you. You've never done that, have you? Aussie Gun Bunny. You've
I
never
know,
done
you
that
went there.
to another company, have you?
What's that? Done a
Aussie
shit on the
Gun
side
Bunny,
of the.
on the side of their latrine, not yours.
Well, maybe not taking a shit in their latrine, but I may have gone into a certain officer's personal office and proceeded to rim his coffee cup.
Oh.
Yeah.
Best way.
But he was a bit of an arsehole,
Best way.
so.
Yeah.
What I like to do is I like to go company present, and then everybody Dax bends over, and then I grab the toothbrush of the certain officer and proceed to clean the inside of the arsehole of all of the platoon, and then replace the toothbrush of the officer and go, a parting gift to you, sir, and what we think of you.
Yes.
May your future journeys be pleasant, and may a Taliban bullet find you in the fucking eye.
Okay. You're a bad man. I just want to say, we're talking about drinks.
Yeah.
Stella's tried my tip of whiskey and banana liqueur. She's actually using Ardbeg Scotch with a touch of bitters. So it's smoke, sweetness. Oh, wow. That sounds like a winner. So what were you going to say, Aussie Gun Bunny?
I was just going to say, funnily enough, when it wasn't just me, I'd like to point out, there was me and another bloke that was discharging from the army, and we both didn't like this guy very much, so we both had a go at basically rubbing our junk on every single bit of his office that we could reach. Yeah, that's what he gets for giving us restriction of privileges for like rocking up 2 minutes late to work, bastard.
Whoa.
Dedication.
Oh, where does he think he is? A call
You
centre?
are fucking kidding me. 2 minutes late to work and restriction of privileges.
Yeah.
Oh, you can go fuck yourself with a hat.
Yeah.
Fact, that reminds me. Some mates of mine were basically in similar shit, for similar shit. And what they did was they grabbed the officer's hat, his wither stick, and his coat, and they went into his office, and one of them had basically it's not really important why, but he was cut, you see, which was important because the officer was as well. And he had a particular thing happening with his prostate where he could squeeze it and give himself a bubbler. And so he gave himself a bubbler on camera, and basically it looked like the officer was giving himself a bubbler on camera, and they've given it to the top brass going, should a man like this really be in command of troops?
Oh my
We worry about his moral turpitude. and they fucking nearly got him gone.
Oh
He
my
was
god.
gone until finally the forensics guys, because they fucking went all the way up the top. Forensics
Yeah.
guys said, "Hang on, that guy's right-handed because his watch mark is on the left, and our guy, the officer, is left-handed. His watch is on the right hand. It's not him. Somebody's gone in and fucked him up." And,
Oh my god.
And this guy had hell for 6 months, and we laughed our ass out. We just thought it was the funniest fucking thing in the world. But fuck him, because he was an asshole. But but then there's officers too that you'd go to hell and back with.
Oh yeah.
There was this one officer who basically was training up a lieutenant, and okay, so why was I involved? I was involved because I was doing a orienteering, backtracking, back navigating course with them, and I had to basically check my results against theirs, and they were having an easy day, and basically they would ask me, which way are we going? And they would ask the LT, which way are they going? And the lieutenant would go, they were going this way. And the officer would shoot him in the back of the fucking head with the blue gun, the blue bombs.
Oh my god.
And he got like, ow, fucking ow. And what was that for? And he said, "You've just taken us through 3 minefields and a barbed wire fence. The BC have killed us twice, and your men have killed you like I've just done. Now, I'm going to keep on killing you like your men are going to kill you if you keep on fucking up. This ridiculous civilian is actually out navigating you. You are in the army, an officer in the army. How embarrassing. Don't look at me. Don't look at the men. You don't deserve to look at the men. You are commanding them. So try and command them, you fuck. Now, next trig point, try again." And this poor guy was crying. He was crying. He was made to look like a complete
I'd cry,
imbecile.
but then I wouldn't join the
all
army.
day. One of the men had to go, and then the officer took him aside and fucking tore strips off him. And fucking no, we don't do that. I get to do that. The civilian gets to fucking make innocent mistakes. You get to shut the fuck up and do as you're told. They did, however, the fun and game came to an end, though, because one of the men was sent down a ravine by the LT and just fucked up the brown lines on the map and didn't realise it was a cliff, and he sent him through it, and he fell through the brush. And he fell down and broke his fucking leg and his ankle, and he was out of the army. And it was basically, that was it. His career was fucked. From then on, he was gone. It was like, gross incompetence. And the officer was going, well, it's on me, because I was the officer in charge, but the LT did it. And the court martial basically said, the LT was just a joke. How they went right back through all of his test results, and they said, this guy has scraped through since fucking joining up. How is fucking... This guy could not get inside the circle.
Yeah. There's an old truism in the army that if you're ever out on patrol and you don't want to go back to the platoon harbour, just give the lieutenant the map.
Yeah.
Without fail, you'll end up
without
lost.
Without fail. And I heard
Absolutely.
fucking stories of American and Australian soldiers picking up Vietnamese pistols to fucking organise lieutenants who are going to get them killed.
Yeah.
To fucking organise them not to get them killed.
Yeah.
One lieutenant apparently sent a squad of SAS into a hot landing zone. And apparently the order was countermanded when the EVC shot him from 2,500 yards away with a pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Nice.
remember my
Everyone let it
mom
go.
telling.
Everybody let it go.
I remember my mom telling me this story about when she was in the Army Reserve. She was like 18, 20, and then this was like late 70s, early 80s, and she is a tiny lady, weighed like 45, maybe 50 kilos, and then got machine guns, and she's like on the top of the hill practicing, and she would shoot the gun and then fall back down the mound. She was so small, and so in the end they had to get two people behind her and actually hold her feet while she fought, so she didn't fall back down the hill.
Oh God.
Oh no, the recoil was more force than her body could absorb. Oh no.
Yeah.
Fuck. That
Hey.
is always bad. That is
I'm gonna make-
always bad when someone's given a weapon where the recoil is bigger than their body mass.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious. And in fact,
Yeah,
they end up not injuring themselves if they do it right. If they get that weapon right into their shoulder, they can end up going for a rocket jump. And there was one girl I remember who was in ammunition, and she used to have to test every now and again, and she was tiny, like she was like 60 kilos or so. And she'd bring out these big old fucking fashion BARs and pump
Oh
them right
God.
up to 90 kilos. And she'd go, "Okay, we ready, boys? Rocket jump." And they've got on a scene video of her going bang, 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 and her going up, up, up to 3 flights of stairs. Like just going bang, 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 and then landing on the top railing going, "Hey, hey!" And
Holy shit.
I got told to please hand that tape back in because she nearly got fired. That was technically apparently unsafe.
All right. Well, I'm making
room full
another
of
cocktail
ammunition.
because I had my non-alcoholic drink. So now I'm having an alcoholic one. You know the saying, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Since I got some blood oranges and squozened them, and I have this blood orange juice, I keep finding drinks to use blood orange in. And I stumbled across this one. It's called Hot Blooded. So it's 2 ounces of rye whiskey, and this is Rittenhouse Rye 100 proof, so it's got a bit more kick than your average rye whiskey. The hot-blooded part comes, it's got half an ounce of chili liqueur, so this drink is what we call in the trade an AIDSy killer because it has actual chili in it. So half a shot of the Mexican chili liqueur, and then half a shot of blood orange juice. Never made this before, so I don't know what it tastes like, but I'm looking forward to it. Blood orange and half a shot of lime juice. It also says 4 dashes of hot sauce, but I think as hot sauce in cocktails it's a bullshit gimmick. I actually just want to taste what the drink tastes like. And the chili liqueur is really good. So this will just have a bit of zing, is my thinking. And oh God, I'm going to walk off shaking this because I have to go find my strainer. It was in the dishwasher.
Speaking of which, I'm out of a beer, so I'm going to go grab myself a refill. Another one.
Yeah,
What have you been up
I've got
to?
myself a ginger beer, so this will last me the entire stream.
That was my cup slipper.
Lovely.
What have you been up to, Pete?
Just now or generally?
Both.
Well, I went to the loo and spent an excessively long time washing my hands, and now I'm about to pour myself a drink. That's the most immediate.
COVID-19, mate.
Yeah.
COVID-19. Wash your hands, don't eat bats.
Hey, did you hear about? how apparently in France or something they found, I think, the coronavirus in the
They
water.
found it?
Oh, in the
Yeah.
water.
Yes.
Yeah, they expect to find it in the sewage. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
that it was actually around a lot longer and it may not have originated in China.
Oh, there'll always be a bit of conjecture around that, I think.
Yeah,
yeah.
but this was
Yeah.
fairly recently.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, these viruses have been around for millions of years. It's just that we've actually only come into contact with them now.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
mutation of something that's been around a long time. See, my hot blooded is very blood coloured. So I'm gonna give it a-
Yeah, yeah.
It
Getting there.
is. From on camera, it's a bit pink. Like
Yeah,
your
the pinky
mouth.
orange.
Whoa. Oh, the flavors, because that rye is the first thing you taste because it's pretty serious. But then the chili liqueur kicks in.
There
Whoa,
goes
that
my
one lets you know you're alive. Whoa.
Is
Whoa.
it going to burn all the way through?
Well, I only put half a shot of the chili liqueur in there, so I don't think I'll suffer too many bad after effects. Oh, but it's warm. It's so warm going down.
Yeah, it's you're going to be telling us about it tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no,
not the
tomorrow
sort of
you're
thing
gonna
you
have it
drink
off, aren't
if you
you?
got reflux. Like if you have heartburn problems, this is not something you drink if you had heartburn problems.
Did I get all of the cup? I don't think I have.
Oh no! Did you actually?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did. I did.
I've done that
That's
on.
not good. That
And it was
is
my
not
good one.
good. Oh, I hate it when it's the good ones.
I broke one of these after one of the streams. I was a bit annoyed. Actually, I knocked one of these over today, like my drink cart, and the floor was tile, and it was just in the middle of the day, so I was completely so, and it hit the ground and it bing, and oh no! And it bounced off the floor twice, and I grabbed it, and it didn't break, and I was super bloody impressed, quite honestly.
Good luck.
Someone who isn't me may have moved into a place where there's tiled floors and had to adjust to the learning curve because many bongs got sacrificed on that tiled floor.
Oh, fuck. There is nothing so saddening. It's like the sound of a $2 coin hitting the ground, of a full bong hitting a concrete floor. It just goes touch. And you just go,
Shakespeare
no.
didn't know tragedy until he heard that sound.
No.
It actually just reminded me, one of the funny news videos of, because everyone doing their talking on the news from home via webcam, they saw the shot, this guy on Fox News, there was a bong clearly visible on the mantelpiece behind him. Serious dude in a suit and a tie talking about serious things about how Trump's the greatest president ever, and there's a bong behind him the entire time. And it was like, oh, no.
Just do what they do in Queensland. It's not a bong; it's a decorative water pipe. I think.
Yes,
because how they get around that.
Yes, yeah.
Decorative
Yeah,
water
that's how you
That's
can
right.
battle that nonsense.
It's ornamental was everything. Everyone in Queensland would always say it's ornamental. Didn't matter what it was that the police was pointing toward. It's ornamental. That's homosexual, sir. It's ornamental. It's ornamental.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Aussie Gun Buddy, question.
Yes.
When you were in the military forces, and it was still quite the illegal to be the POF in the military services, there were obviously POFs in the military services. Did you guys know, was it a problem, or did you, because you can't keep anything from your squad mates.
No,
That's
no.
just it. Everyone knows everything, right?
The unit that so I was in artillery, and at the time that I was in artillery, it was very, very much a boys' club. Sorry, just 1 second.
Oh, got to answer the door. That's okay.
Mm.
No, we're all waiting with bated breath for the rest of the story. That's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. No, it's bloody cold up here at the moment. You wouldn't think it being in the tropics, but it's down to around about 7 degrees outside at the moment. So
Oh, Jesus, dude, how are you still alive?
Mate,
Oh,
Living in Townsville, how can you
I'm
survive 7
Australia.
degrees? Yeah.
well, the houses aren't insulated for this sort of weather, so
No.
it's bloody
yeah.
cold. Anyway,
Yeah.
so the unit that I was in, well, artillery in general at that point in time was very much a boys' club. There was that I'm aware of. There was only one woman serving in all of the Royal Australian Artillery units, and the only reason why she was part of the unit was because she was a driver.
Okay.
So at that point in time, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't illegal to be gay in the army, but it wasn't open. I don't know. Just in my unit, it wasn't. But I did serve with one guy that he didn't come out, but it was eventually everyone knew, and no one gave him any shit for it. Believe it or not, I when it finally did come out, my immediate thought was, oh god, they're gonna give him absolute hell, but they didn't. They just thought, oh, okay, all right, he's not coming on to us. We're all okay with it.
Yeah.
So
Because I've
Yeah.
heard stories of there being a sting operation done. It was done in South Australia, and this guy had to come to his unit and said, "Look, fellas, I've got to tell you something." And he'd been with his unit for something like 6 or 7 years.
oh wow.
They'd been together that long. It was a long-term thing. And he said, "Guys, I've got to tell you something. I'm a woolly wolftar, and somebody has tried to blackmail me, and we are going to string him along as far and as much as we can to catch him and to get the rest of his ring."
His
See
ring.
what I did
Sorry.
there? Ring. See
Yeah,
what I did there? Ring. Ring. Anyway, to get the rest of his spy ring. So they said, "Oh, really? I suppose you've never had a girlfriend, have you? Your wives and girlfriends, barbecues, you've never had a girlfriend. Oh, but you've always brought a few friends along. Oh, right. Oh, no, that makes sense."
Yeah.
And he was really concerned because he thought he was going to get a lot of shit over it. And a very good mate of his once said that the boys were talking about it afterwards, and they said, "Well, fuck, he hasn't come on to us in 6 years. It's not likely now."
Yeah. That's it.
And so apparently that has been the general thing in the army that I know of. I don't know for sure. Is that a reasonable assumption?
It is. I think the best way to describe how everyone reacted to it when it did come out have you guys watched the movie Sweet Home Alabama?
No.
Not all
I
of
have,
it.
but I don't remember what much of it.
Okay, so there's a scene there where Reese Witherspoon basically outs this guy in front of all of their friends that he's gay, while she's absolutely paralytic. Anyway, the next day they all kind of come together, and one of his friends turns around to him and says, "Are you still the same guy you were yesterday?" No, then we don't have a problem then.
Yeah.
And that's
Okay,
basically the
cool.
way. That's basically the way it was.
Yeah.
So,
I do remember. I remember watching like one of those ABC group chat things. I think it was with the youth. So it was one of the youth-oriented forums, all these young people from the suburbs, and it was talking about gay. I think it might have been in the lead up to the marriage equality vote. I'm trying to remember what it was, but anyway, you got this like lad who's trying so hard to be a stereotype of a Westie, and he's just like, "Oh, you say I shouldn't worry about him and stuff, but you always got to worry that they're going to grab you when you're not looking." And the gay dude turns around and goes, mate, you know that ugly, stupid thing you've got going on that keeps the women away? Works on our gays too. It's like, dude, don't think I do not sit around going, oh, geez, I'd love me a bit of that ugly bogan fucker. And it's like, no, mate, you're safe. No one wants you.
No,
It's
but
kind of
this-
funny, that whole thing
Yeah.
around like worried that gay men are going to sexually harass straight men. Because when I was growing up in high school, I actually got sexually harassed by straight boys who thought I was gay because they thought that was funny. And it's just like, I've actually experienced more harassment from people who are homophobic than I ever have from a single gay person in my life. So maybe just shut the fuck up. Like, you don't know what you're talking about.
The reason I bring this up all the time, and the reason I'm always fascinated about it, is twofold. When I was a young fella, I got poofed and bashed maybe 2-3 times a week. And it was in the 80s, it was in the time of AIDS, it was in the time of hate. It was frightening, it was scary. AIDS was everywhere, it could get anyone. It was raiding around the corner to kill you. All poofs were pedophiles. And AIDS tests cost $600 a pop. And they took 3 months to get back from America. Okay. So the trick was to go and give blood. You went and give blood, and you'd get your AIDS results back in 2 weeks. Anyway, bloody, I had friends of mine die of AIDS. They got diagnosed with HIV, and 5 months later they were dead.
Bloody hell.
Because back in those days there was no treatment, there was no anything. And basically when they died, all the nurses were gloved, gowned, masked, goggled, and basically spacesuited, and they ate off paper plates with plastic knives and forks. And everything they touched was thrown away in bio bags in front of them.
Just rub it in,
So as soon as they touched anything, it was basically destroyed and thrown into a bio bin immediately in front of them. It wasn't even taken away from their sight line around the curtain and thrown away. It was right in front of them. And one of these 3 guys, one of the families didn't know how to deal with it, but they loved him anyway, and they were thankful to us for being there for him. One of the families was very open to us, and we're very, very grateful that they were there for their little boy who was lonely, because we'd spend as much time as we could before we get shooed at by the nurses, and then we'd sneak back in again. But we'd have to be gowned and gloved, and we'd have to, you double glove, double gown, double mask, and the goggles had to go under one mask and over another mask, so you'd fog up. And so I'd be constantly fucking giving it a bit of fluff in the hat. And at one point when there was no one there, one of these guys said, I said, look, is there anything I can get you, anything at all, because no one's looking? And he said, can I have a hug, because I've had no physical contact for 2 months. And so I gave him this hug, and he was basically in tears. And then a nurse came in and said, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out here immediately. And I had to go into decon straight away. They stripped me naked and they put this Lysol powder on me and cut my hair down to a sort of a number one marine cut, which was lucky because I was a swimmer at the time, so it didn't actually stand out. And we all had, shaved head anyway. And they scrubbed me with brooms until this acidic soap had basically rubbed my skin raw, and it got it all in my eyes and up my nose. And I had red eyes from where my capillaries were bleeding. And then they hosed me off. And then they gave me a full enema, and they gave me basically a full flush out with a catheter tube.
My God.
And I was just going, this is too much. This is just too much. And they said, well, we can't take any chances. And I'm going, well, all right, whatever. Anyway, one of the guy's families disowned him immediately. And so he had no family and no support. And so we tried to get to see him as much as possible. And we found him one day crying, and we said, oh, big guy, tell us what's going on. And he said one of the nurses he heard was going off shift, and she said she was really shitty because she forgot to double glove her watch, and it got touched by him, and now she was going to have to throw away her 21st present watch. And she was furious and said, I don't know, why do we have to have these disgusting people here anyway? Why can't we have them down at the lake ward? And he was just really upset. And he offered to buy her another watch. And she said, I don't want to hear anything from you. And so we tried anything we could to keep the spirits up. But, fuck, you're dying of AIDS, right? So you're living in a world where these things are very real. The hate is very real. And I wanted to join the military. And I wanted to fly helicopters for the army, because I thought that would be cool, flying attack helicopters around and shooting people. I thought that would be an awesome thing to do. And I still think to this day, because I have actually a very good eye for flying, when I'm not manky. I still think
In an earlier
I'm
life.
very good at fucking flying around and shooting people low on the ground in a helicopter. Anywho, I went to the recruiters, and one of the first things they tell you is, we don't want smart asses and we don't want poofters. And I thought, well, if I don't actually fuck anyone in the army, they won't know. So I just won't say anything, and I won't fuck anyone while I'm there, and it'll be okay. And I'll be on deployment somewhere, and of course, everyone gets a holiday. You can go to a fucking holiday on your own, and you might meet up with a friend or two. You never know.
See, things are very different for me. Things were very different for me. Things were very different for me by the time I got in the army, because I enlisted in 2000, so everything was different by then.
Everything was different by then. But my recruiter took me through all the things, and he said, "You're brilliant. You're such the candidate. You're going straight to Point Cook." And then they did the background check, and one of the boys at school squealed. And then the other boys thought it'd be funny to squeal too. And then he actually called me up and said, "Come in." And so I came in and he said, "Listen, we've found out you're not joining the army. If we found out at this stage, they'd find out while you were in. It would be bad for you. You would be court-martialed. You would have to pay back all the money that we'd given you. You wouldn't get any of the degree of your officer training done Troon. You'd have to serve out the rest of your time at Duntroon, and you'd basically be fucking beaten and raped every day." And I basically burst into tears, and I thought, and I said, "Oh, so just like now." And he sort of stared up at the ceiling. He stared out at the ground and said, "Look, I'll tell you now, it'll change, but that's not helping you.
Yeah.
But it's going to change. It's going to get better. Just try and think of something else that you're good at and be good at that. Don't let the bastards win. Just be really good at something, okay? And get your private pilot's license. Who knows? You'll probably end up flying circles around these fuckers anyway. So that's one of the aims in the future, is to get my private pilots. And me and Angry are going to go barnstorming people in my helicopter.
Nice.
In my small acrobatic jet. How cool would it be to own an acrobatic jet? A lot cool. Now, I might have a little bit of trouble with the medical.
Yeah, right. You're going to rock up to the recruiter tomorrow? Is that what's going to happen?
A little bit.
No, the trouble is
Yep, he's just hit mute. Hold on.
Yeah, you've muted yourself, Sunshine. I don't know what that's about, but that's okay. We'll continue until you decide to unmute yourself. That's
Can I make a very shameless
how
quick
am I
plug?
muted now?
Sorry,
How
yeah,
am I
but
going
Pete,
now?
sorry, Pete had a very quick shameless plug, Pete.
Yeah, just sort of speaking on the subject. I watched a really fantastic video the other day. It's on the YouTube channel Anarcho Pack. She did it in collaboration with someone else. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. But it's about the history of AIDS, and it's a really good sort of insightful sort of look, because it's a history that a lot of people have forgotten, and people need to remember it. So
that is true. And I mean, look, okay, I'm going to say something outrageous and controversial now that maybe we need to talk about something happier. Let's talk about the number of coronavirus cases we saw today. That's
That's happening. Yeah.
That's not good. That's not good. Like we are suitably worried about, the 100, 200, 300, 400 cases a day in Melbourne, and you have equivalent populations in the US getting thousands, and but it's right for us to be worried. I think next week, if it doesn't calm down next week, then it's
we're in shit.
super big trouble.
We're in shit.
Yeah, it's just like the extent of the outbreak that we're finally understanding, and New South Wales is going to shit too. They're still in denial. Still in denial.
The thing I was going to put on the end of that story,
was
the guy that does all of the licenses for the aviation in Melbourne, on the north side of Melbourne, is my GP.
Oh, okay.
He knows
how to be a pilot and a GP.
So basically, he effectively would go, "You are not allowed to be a pilot today."
Oh, he does the medical exams for pilots.
I should be allowed to be. Oh, I was going to do my spooky lighting, wasn't I? Here we go. And I reckon, you know what I reckon?
Yeah.
I reckon, because I've been watching Australians look after one another, I reckon we are going to beat this disease. No shit. I will put money on it.
Yeah,
Aidsy,
it's gonna be
can you-
Manny.
can you do me a favor, Aidsy? I want you to look up a guy called Miles Hilton Barber.
Miles.
Hilton Barber.
Let me look it up
Miles
and I'll
Hilton
read it to
Barber.
Aidsy.
Yep.
Because you'll fuck up his laptop. Okay, about Miles Hilton Barber, adventurer, corporate. Ooh, okay. No, I'll read this thing. Okay, Miles grew up in Zimbabwe with normal sight, dreaming of becoming a fighter pilot like his father. At 18, he applied to the Royal Rhodesian Air Force. To his utter disappointment, he failed the eyesight medical. At 21, both Miles and his brother Jeff were diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, genetic eyesight condition that would lead to total blindness. For the next 30 years, he lived with a kind of victim mentality, believing established thinking that blindness was a massive barrier. At 50, his life changed radically. The example of his blind brother, Jeff, who set an amazing world record, becoming first blind person in the world to cross an ocean solo, sailing from Africa to Australia unaided in a yacht that he built himself. That's like when your brother out-achieves you and you go, oh, okay, well, fuck you.
And which
Then
is
Miles has
like
had the huge privilege of setting up numerous world records, undertaking extreme events across 7 continents in the world of fields of mountaineering, desert and polar ultramarathon, powerboat racing, scuba diving, a blind motor racer. I'm terrified. And long distance aerobatic and supersonic flying.
Yep.
Holy
He
cow!
flew-
So he's
what
corporate
a
speaker now.
cockhead. What a cockhead.
By the way, you're
Hi guys,
speaking
I'm gonna go to
Great.
bed.
Love it.
Thanks for having me.
I think
Are you gonna head out,
paid
Catherine?
doctors off.
Yeah, I'm yawning too much.
See,
Thank you.
Catherine,
Bye.
you're gorgeous.
Bye.
Thing. Enjoy.
So yeah, okay, Miles Hilton Barber, what a dude! He just does wild shit all the time.
Oh, what about? Did you hear about the blind person who surfs?
Nice. I did not hear that.
Yeah. He was on TV. I don't remember like his name or anything, but yeah, he's a surfer and he's blind. And I'm like, I don't surf and I can see.
Yeah, surfing's too
That's
difficult for
wicked
me.
scary
Yeah,
for me.
yeah.
But you know, Kelly, all I can think of is, Jesus Christ, this surf's getting flat. And I haven't heard anyone for a while now.
So you're actually sitting on the beach.
Maybe not the beach. And then you hear the horn of a fucking container ship and you go, might have fucked this one up.
If you want to watch something mind-blowing, I do recommend Richard Turner, who is he is what they call a card mechanic, and apparently he is just insane with playing cards. It's just ridiculous what he can do, and he's legally blind as well. And he's got some very ridiculous stories about the mafia wanting to come in to their private games in order to squeeze some money out of people because he can just control cards forever. But he was saying that that's a one-time job. You only do that job one time because they kill you at the end of it.
Yes, no, that's not good at all. So,
That's
tell you
right.
what, I'm going to. I've filtered my coffee drink, and it's a nice amber color instead of black now. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to record my reaction to drinking it. I'll leave the microphone on so you can actually see if I like it or if I really fucking hate it. I'm honestly not feeling confident. I'll be honest, not feeling confident. Just got to go set this up.
Yeah.
All right. Get that ready. Got the old Vidya. I'll put this up here so you can see me when I do it. Vidya camera. Put my audio recorder on. Yeah, that's working. I gotta adjust this. Look sexy for the camera. All right. That's everything I want. Okay. I'll do this. Right. So I'm just going to turn my speaker off so I won't be able to hear you, but I thought you might find it amusing because I have a really bad feeling about how this is going to taste. Right. So I can't hear you, but you can still hear me. Everything's rolling.
This is the time we heckle him, right?
Here we are.
I was
Filtering
going to say, Starford just asked what everyone's
as
drinking.
I expected. It's gone from being black coffee, to really quite attractive yellow amber
Iron
color.
Jack.
So maybe the taste has moved to something that I find appealing. I'll be honest, I'm not really optimistic about that.
It's not special.
You get to taste the experiment live on camera, and
I unfortunately wasn't able to get some
really worried.
some names to join Nancy tonight.
It still tastes like it's gone through a whole bunch of tastes in my mouth. It is very acidic. I mean, it's still got that really smoky taste. It's like reminding me of mezcal. It's like an ashtray, but not altogether unpleasant. You know what? I think I can make this work. I am definitely going to make a cocktail, a clarified coffee cocktail. Let's get on to that. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It was not that bad.
Yeah, we heard.
Back on, so I can
Nice one, dude.
It's not that bad.
I'm impressed.
I wonder what it'd be like if it was done with good coffee.
Are you telling me they're allowed to call something boss when it's not good coffee? Boss.
It's in a can.
Boss.
Yeah.
No, actually, with good coffee, I think that would work. It's really interesting. It's very acidic, which is not surprising because besides coffee, it also has lemon juice in it. It's still got the really burnt taste, which is what I super do not like about coffee. But it has, I don't know if you saw me with my reaction to just sipping it straight from the can. It was a fucking abomination, quite honestly. But I think if I do this with creme de cacao, and what else would go well with it? Maybe just creme de cacao.
What
I
about
like vanilla.
actually
Vanilla, yes.
some white chocolate?
Sorry, what was that, AZ?
You know how you get a copper bowl and put it into a either a metal or a glass bowl of boiling water or hot water, and you put the chocolate in the copper bowl and you melt the chocolate into that.
Yeah.
If you get runny enough, you could drizzle chunks of it through the coffee and creme de cacao.
Yeah.
And then you'd get a chunked
Yellow
effect of like chocolate chips through your cocktail.
I think that would just settle to the bottom and be thing, which is not the worst thing. No, but I have been meaning to experiment with chocolate like that though. You make what do you call it when you melt the chocolate and blend it with milk? It's got a name.
Couverture.
Creme
Couverture. Yeah, I think that might work. But yeah, no, I've got to think. I'm gonna look up randomly. I go coffee.
So I need to grab my beard back out so that I can put these back into it again.
All right.
Hey.
Hey, lighting up.
Check it
Nice.
out.
Yeah. This was for my beard from about
For
2
your
Christmases
beard?
ago. Yeah. It had like clips all over it, so you could clip it in and wind it through your beard or your hair or whatever. Then it has like a little battery pack that
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
20 delicious chocolate cocktail recipes.
I'll be right back. Just gonna go grab myself another beer.
I think, because an espresso martini is a really popular drink. I think maybe I could make a chocolate espresso
course.
martini.
I
This
think
and creme de
totally
cacao
should.
and vodka.
I think that's
Yeah.
a good thing.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. I'm gonna make that.
I really want to make a salted caramel espresso martini.
Ooh.
Oh, I love salted caramel.
On the Brookies / Cape Byron
Yep.
Instagram, they've been
Yep.
talking about this salted caramel peanut butter martini, and like it's getting to the point where it's like
And you're reading
fucking make
ingredients and
that.
going what you've got to do with them.
Yeah. So it's got mac in it, and this like raw peanut butter and a salted caramel thing and a bunch of gin to smush it all together. Shake, shake, shake.
Shake your booty. I think this should be a stirred one. If I do this coffee concoction I've got, an ounce of this, maybe I'll do it even, an ounce of this, an ounce of creme de white. I can't be bothered filtering it again. So if I just do vodka and white creme de cacao, I'm going to have a really attractive drink. And I reckon that would work. An ounce of this, an ounce of vodka, and an ounce of creme de cacao would probably work and actually make a tasty beverage. But it needs to be stirred, I think, if it's those. And also, because if I shake it, it'll get cloudy. So if I stir it, it will maintain the nice clarity.
Are you trying to get a crema on the top of it?
No. Because it's a clarified drink, I want it to be nice and clear. So it should be, when I add the vodka and white creme de cacao, it should be an even lighter amber. It should be like visually quite an attractive drink. That's my theory anyway. Right, I've got to put a couple things back. My rye whiskey and my chili. And I'll get my Space Alien vodka. Whoa.
Nice.
Space Alien vodka. And where's the white creme de cacao? It must be down here somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow, white creme de cacao. And this is my stirring glass. Okay, what have I done?
Use the bottom of your shaker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But where's the bloody glass? Because I was using the bloody glass bottom of my shaker earlier, and I'm going to have to clean it. Where did I put it? Okay, get your act together.
Cocktails at my house is like.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only one suffering from object permanence troubles.
I couldn't find my jigger, but the rice cup, and it's got.
Well, what have you got
it's
there,
got
Kirsten?
It's got graduate
You've got a
like it's.
measuring cup.
Well, it's actually a rice measuring cup, but I used it to
Kirsten,
make
your
my
mic's
cocktail
not on,
today. my mic
We
is
can't
on.
hear you. Would
Can
you
you
check
not?
that your mic is on?
No,
No.
I can hear Kirsten.
Kirsten's fine.
Okay.
If there's a problem, the problem's at your end, Aidsy. Possibly
sorry.
also you're looking extraordinarily tired, and that might be part of it.
No, I'm being spooky.
I look sleepy too. But yes, I had
Is
to
that
resist.
you laughing,
my-
Kirsten?
No, it was Kelly.
I can't
Yeah.
hear a bloody word you're saying.
Okay, that problem is yours, Aidsy. No one else is having any
All right,
problems
I'll
hearing
go
Kirsten.
reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, so rice cup as a jigger today because I was making a Negroni and that's just equal parts. So I filled it up to the same line and called it a day.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's what I call strategic thinking, Kirsten.
Well, I couldn't find the graduated jigger and I refused to use the other jigger because it's just not big enough.
So yes, what's the meme? Modern problems require modern solutions.
That's it.
Something like that, yes.
You're thinking on your feet.
My husband's gone to bed, so he doesn't know that I use the rice cup as a jig. Tomorrow when he comes out and it's a bit sticky in the sink, he'll be like, Might have used that as a jigger. I pulled something from the right at the back. So this is the gin that I used, the Navigator.
Yeah.
It is first release.
Ah.
Distilled on site at Captain Bly's in Hobart.
Captain Bly's, nice. AZ, how are you going? Can you hear Kirsten now?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear Kirsten now.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to do
I
the
was
final
so
thing.
upset when I couldn't hear you. It was.
No,
I really
don't be
wasn't saying
upset.
anything very interesting.
Okay, I'm going to leave
are
you guys to.
always
I'm going to
saying
turn off my
interesting things.
microphone.
Kelly is always saying interesting things. Pete is always saying interesting things. Aussie Gun Bunny and I better not lock eyes together across a crowded room, or who knows what might happen. And angry, well, fuck him, really.
Yeah. Okay. And the horse you rode in on, buddy. Okay, I'm just you guys to yourself for a minute.
And your budgie. Hang on.
Yeah, and your budgie.
And your budgie.
Alrighty, I'm leaving you and switching my microphone off.
Okay.
Okay, so
how are you doing, Pete?
Babe?
Just working.
What do you work as?
I'm the logistics manager for a whiskey company. So
did I ever tell you that I'm in need of a wife?
My husband might have something to say about that.
Yes, but there are religions where a woman can take on many men. And
you're not the first person to propose marriage to me either. And I'm happy to.
And we all know that a woman, as life goes on, needs more than one man to satisfy her earthly needs. So I think your husband and I should have an earnest sit-down chat over many of the bottles of scotch you bring home. And
it's not scotch. It's Australian whiskey.
To logistics of scotch. Is it a distillery or a scotch company?
It's a distillery, and we
so
make.
What have you got to logistic?
Malt, grain, water, power, and that sort of thing into the building. Barrels into the building, and then liquid out of the building into bottles, and then all over the country.
So then, okay.
I'm a very busy lady.
I can imagine. Where is your storage house? Where is your barrel house?
Oh, put that on detailing. Yes. So we have a distillery door in Port Melbourne.
Right.
So I Starward whiskey, which is an Australian whiskey.
Okay.
Quite likes it. He talks about it all the time.
Distiller will turn up and say, I want musket casks from France, and I want this from bloody Belgium, and I want this from Spain. And you can go fuck yourself. But you don't say that in those so many words. You say, I'll see what I can do for you, big guy.
Oh my God. Do you listen to me at work?
How's 6 months sound? And he says, can't you get it sooner? And you say, what? It's going to rot? Basically, because it's got to be hard to get all of the right ingredients together for a good scotch. It's got to be.
Look, it's got its challenges, but that just makes it interesting.
Is your distiller any good?
Well, we have 9 of them, and most of them are pretty good.
Okay.
But I'm never going to tell you which one's my favorite, because I tell all of them that they're my second favorite. You're my second favorite distiller. You're my second favorite person here.
Right.
Desperately trying to work
on the line.
Trying to work out who my number one is.
I've heard distillers either run around like blue ass flies trying to get everything perfect, or they couldn't lift dust off a teaspoon. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say
Like,
you're right. I wouldn't say you're wrong.
There's ones that if it's not, if the alcohol is not, you know, if the bubble, sorry, the what do they call it, the specifier, what is that, specific alcohol meter, isn't reading, 6.25, then it's wrong. But there's other ones who go,
It depends at which part of the process you are as to whether or not you need that particular kind of distiller, or you need that's close enough, and let's just stick it in wood and see what happens in 3 years.
Yeah, because I mean, the guy who calls the head, he's just got to make sure it doesn't poison anyone. And then the temperer has got to basically look at the numbers and get the water in. Where do you get your water? Because it's supposed to come from fresh mountain streams, down from the lochs and the valleys and the green hills of dead.
Well, we don't have any
that we slaughtered in 1842 when the bastards came round with their muskets and their prima nocte, when we said we'll die for our freedom, but we'll die for English blood, and we'll die for English coal, and we'll die for the English. I think we've been fucked here.
Just got to turn my
anyway, so where do you get the water from?
Melbourne water, because we make Australian whiskey, right? So we're not about killing Englishmen in order to get peat. We just
that's a shame.
Take the beautiful water of Melbourne,
boil the shit out of it.
We filter it a couple of times just to make sure that all the nasties are gone, and then we actually mostly put our fresh red wine casks that come out of the Barossa or the Yarra Valleys.
Nice.
Because the kind of barrels that you get from Scotland and Spain, they're really actually very expensive and hard to get. And because I'm lazy, I like to just get them from like within a day's drive of the distillery. It's cheaper. And we can get pretty good,
really good fat red wine.
Big fat red wines.
Yeah.
Australian whiskey loves it. So
great. The Australian whiskey, because the Australian character of an alcohol is a fat character. It's a big, strong, buffy, not afraid to punch you in the face kind of alcohol.
Yeah, exactly.
And it,
it also means that your whiskey has low food miles. When we use wood policy like that. So, despite the fact that they demand things like rare musket barrels from Spain, and I go, no. That sounds like it's hard work, and also there's stink bugs. For 8 months of the year, you really can't get anything out of Spain because of the stink bugs.
What you can also do is you can basically go to the CSIRO and say, fellas, guys, mates, I've got some distillers here right up my ass, and you can see them here, and the hemorrhoids are killing me, about getting musket barrels from friggin' Spain. Now, we know that no one likes to talk to Spaniards because they're Spanish. And we know that you can't get bloody barrels out of Spain because they're Spanish. Can we get some gall that's been treated by your very clever DNA scientists over here at Canberra to emit some musket perfume that's been in an oak barrel for 15 years? And the CSIRO goes, and this is the shit of a thing, will say, yeah, you're going to have to give us 2 months on that. You're going to have to give us 2 months on that because that's a tricky one. And they'll come back with the very stuff that you need to pour in, and no one will tell the difference. The number of times. See, okay, we're not allowed to import rice or sugar at all into this country, at all.
That's
You
not
may not
true.
bring-
The supermarkets are full of rice from other countries. I know because I buy rice really regularly. We get rice from Asia and rice from India. The supermarkets are full of it.
Yes, that's true, Angry. That's very true.
And
Rice
important
doesn't grow
sugar-
particularly well here in Australia, though.
Yeah,
You'd be
we
amazed.
do have Australian rice. We do, but as you say, Kirsten, it's not that easy to grow. So there's a big market for imported rice.
You'd be stunned how easy it is to grow rice in Australia, and you'd be stunned how much rice we export and then re-import.
Yeah, well, whatever. Incidentally, my chocolate coffee martini is really good. So I'm really happy.
Oh,
I
fantastic.
finally turned coffee into something that I can actually enjoy drinking. So I'm going to make another clarified beverage, and when I filter it this time, I think I'll add some brown creme de cacao, maybe some brandy. I'm going to come up with something wild and fanciful to do the clarification process on. Yeah, Safa's saying it looks like white wine. Yeah, because I diluted I've still got some like very amber coffee, but with clear vodka and clear white creme de cacao. It's lightened up, so it's just a very nice clear yellow at the moment, which is a very visual appealing drink.
Angry as a celebratory drink. I think you and I should have some of that next time we meet.
I think you'd like it. Actually, I just realized I'm drinking probably reasonably strong caffeine just before bedtime. That might not have been a good idea. I only just realized that. Kirsten, you've got Safa on side with your talk. Safa's wanting to pay you to make cocktails at this point. He's completely on board with your cocktails. So
You know what's really funny is that the smell of the place, it hits you the first time you visit, and then the third, fourth time. So every time somebody comes to like have a meeting with me or any of that sort of stuff, they're like, "Oh my God, you must love like the smell of this joint." And I'm like, I don't smell it anymore. I don't smell it. I only smell it when it's wrong, when it smells off.
Oh, you notice when it's off. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually the tell for the distillers. They're like, let's go check on.
Something's wrong. Hey, actually,
Kirsten,
speaking
the same
about
things happen
Yeah.
with sewage farms.
Oh,
The
good.
guys go and they say, I could never work here. And they say, mate, in 3 days, you
don't
won't
know.
even know you're here.
Do you know
And-
that's what Mrs. Angry's brother actually does? He's a chemical engineer. He's an industrial chemist, and he specializes in bad smells. When sewage treatment works, oil refineries, when they've gone wrong and they're going, I know this place always smells, but it smells wrong today. He goes in and works out what the problem is and fix it. So he's like Dr. Smell. It's
No, Safa, you can't get drunk off the fumes. But at 8 a.m. we get to chase the new make from yesterday. So that's
Oh, is
So,
there
dude,
nothing quite like dripping a whiskey thief right down your throat?
well, because we only have one whiskey thief and there's sort of 10 or 11 of us. We tend not to use the whiskey thief. We just put the thief into a glass.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, but I'm saying when
Safety.
everyone else has gone home.
Yeah, that just reminds me of the cocktail we saw on Henry's
Angels
stream
of
tonight,
Bloody Green.
Kirsten, with the white rye, the first cut rye, unaged rye whiskey, so it was clear rather than being. And apparently, speaking, I was making jokes about AIDS earlier, but Henry fair jizzed in his pants at this drink. They smoked it. They had a smoking machine. They put wood chips in it, and put the
So
glass in the middle. Yeah.
The place that the bar that guy's from, New Gold
Yeah.
Mountain, is literally one of my top 10 places to go, because they do all Australian spirits and they do really, really fun shit.
Nice.
I think I've had their white Negroni. That's like,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
yeah, he's an incredibly talented bartender. Like, I
Seems
actually
it.
might own the joint.
Yeah.
So good, but yeah, super talented. Definitely worth the trip into the city to go to New Gold Mountain, and the place is like can fit maybe 15 people.
I like those. I like those.
Small.
So you were saying smoking chips and smoke. What do they pour this through white whiskey?
No, what they did, because of course this was unaged whiskey, so it didn't have any smoke characteristics. So they got smoke. They got the glasses and got like one of I call it a bell, a cloche. That's the proper word, Kirsten. Thank you. It's a glass dome, and they put the glasses under the glass dome and stick the pipe from the smoking machine, burn some wood chips, pump. So there's this glass case that's full of smoke that the glasses sit in for a couple of minutes while he mixes the drink, which was this unaged rye whiskey, which was, so it was clear, and he put some very special bitters in, because this was an old fashioned. All an old fashioned is whiskey, a sweetener, and bitters. But his twist was unaged rye with some special bitters, bit of sugar syrup, and the glasses have been full of smoke. And then you take the thing off, it's a big show of all the smoke, and you pour the drink into it. And they dressed it with was it a strawberry gum leaf?
Yeah.
Yeah, very particular gum leaf, and took one sip. And apparently, even though the smoke all wafts away, it's kind of permeated the glass, and every sip, there's a waft of smoke up. So it's that really whiskey smoke thing, except it's just from smoke. And young Henry, who's had a few drinks in his time, he was completely blown away by it. He loved it. He's just saying it was like just an absolutely stunning drink. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, smoke machines. People love smoking stuff. Like I in the chat, I put a thing. There's a rooftop bar in the city. It's not a great bar, but it's not terrible. It's rooftop, got a view of the Yarra. It's nice, but it's a cigar bar as well, and they smoke an old-fashioned. They break up the boxes that the cigars came in, and then with some chips from the boxes, they set them on fire and put the glass over them, so the glass permeates with the burning wood from a cigar box.
Nice.
And then they mix the old-fashioned, then lift the glass up and pour the old-fashioned in. So you've got this waft of cigar smoke. And it's not really cigar smoke. It's a mix of wood smoke and cigar flavor. And I don't smoke cigars, but it made for a very nice and interesting drink, I have to admit.
That sounds like an awful lot of process when you could just have a sip of whiskey in a room that's being hotboxed by a couple of bongs.
That would be very similar. That would be very, very similar, Pete. Absolutely. Hot box and sipping whiskey. That would that would be a mood. Kirsten, talking about sorry, really quickly before I forget, cocktails in your workplace. I was looking on the website. Besides the old-fashioned premix, there's something on the website called a Red Manhattan. Have you tasted that one?
Yep.
Yep, I thought you might have. Yeah. Because I was intrigued.
I've run out of it at my house, but
okay, that's the endorsement. You had some and you drank it all.
Of course. So I was there when it launched. It was pretty good. Again, we partnered with some people that we buy barrels from. So Adelaide Hills Distillery. Yep. They make a vermouth, and they made a special blend of vermouth for us. And so it's a Manhattan. So our founder, David Vitale's favorite drink is a Manhattan. He's like, I want an Aussie Manhattan. So we went out and made it for him.
Yeah.
It's his favorite.
All right. So that's a good one.
Old at the same Spirit Award that we won Best in the World. So
How
pretty
is
good.
this done? How is this made?
To be honest, I don't ask that many questions about how it's made. I'm just interested that it's made it into a bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's
So
a little bit trade secret.
it's Starwood whiskey with an Australian.
They try to tell me the things and the stuff, and I'm just like, just get it in a tank so I can get it in a bottle.
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely.
But yeah, it's quite a limited edition, and I don't think we have all that much left.
All right, getting on the website now. All right.
I definitely need to check the stock on hand, but yeah, I think we've only got like a couple of pallets left.
Okay. Yeah. And also just the weird thing, like when you were alerting me to the Starwood special at Dan's, they're randomly doing specials.
They really are doing random.
They haven't done a really big one. Like I'm really kicking myself that I didn't get.
I'm kicking myself because that was definitely better than staff price. So we do get a very generous discount on our whiskey.
So they haven't had one as good as that. So I'm definitely okay. I'm getting a Red Manhattan.
So the speculation on the like whiskey forums is that someone in the Dan's team accidentally applied the special to the wrong item because it was that good.
Yeah, because the other ones they've done have been like $5.
Yeah. So that like genuinely, but yeah. So I was in the NPD meeting today about our new launch. I know things and just off camera you can't see it, but yeah, I'm not allowed to tell anyone about it yet. But I'm super excited.
Oh, cool. But so okay, if this one's gonna run out, I'm getting some. I'm ordering
honestly, New Old Fashioned definitely better than Red Manhattan.
Okay.
Sort of need to have the right cherry for the Red Manhattan. Otherwise, any old cherry, it's not as good. Like,
okay, I get what you're coming from. Yeah.
I would get a New Old Fashioned, and I'll see if I can speak to the inventory controller and like get you some Red Manhattan.
All right, cool.
Spend your money on the Noff.
Okay, well, yeah, the like I think I've mentioned before, I've been tracking my booze buys this year because I want to know how long it takes me to finish stuff. And of all the stuff I've bought this year, well, since I started tracking it in February, I've hardly finished anything. The only things I've finished were a bottle of vermouth, which you kind of have to finish because it doesn't last forever. A bottle of white creme de cacao. This is my second bottle of white creme de cacao this year. I just finished that this week. And the Starwood old-fashioned pre-mixed one. It lasted a couple months, but yeah, I drank all that because
I reckon so many people are sleeping on the New Old Fashioned because it's such good value. So $49 and you get 10 fully mixed cocktails.
Yeah.
Just pour into a glass with a twist of orange. Like
Yeah. I will admit it was 7 or 8 cocktails the way I poured it. But yeah, in real terms, on what you get across a bar, that was 10 cocktails for $50, which like hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a twist of orange.
You're not getting that anywhere. You're not getting that anywhere.
You know what's really funny? So when we put it out, like everyone was like, "What is this? Like this is weird. Oh, your whiskey's too sweet." We're like, "It's a pre-mixed cocktail. Like you don't drink it like you drink whiskey."
Yeah. Oh my God, I saw
like the communication of it was really hard, but obviously COVID and everybody doing pre-batch cocktails that you can buy from your favorite bar. sales have gone through the roof. Also, we won Best in the World. So
that helps.
Yeah.
I did notice, on the Dan's website, most of the reviews were very glowing, and there was one sort of, 1 star, would not recommend, and it's like, it's like just this diluted and sweet thing. It's like, dude, do you know what a fucking cocktail is? You fucking meathead. It's like, this isn't whiskey. Just buy whiskey, dude. It was a fucking cocktail. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, the thing got bad reviews when it was first released, so everyone's been proven wrong since.
Everyone's a critic. Some of our favorite activities is going through the customer reviews and like genuinely reviewing the reviewer. Most of the time, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. And something that
that's
people
like
get,
a celebrities read mean tweets segment about themselves where they go through.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but something like where people get snobby, like whiskey, there's nothing quite as embarrassing as someone who's thinking they're snobby and above everything, and he's just telegraphing, I'm an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. It's super embarrassing.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
As
However,
wrong as it may be.
entitled to be wrong.
They're entitled to be wrong.
So, yeah, no, hilarious fun. I also have access to the customer service email and
it must be tempting to give people a serve, honestly.
my favorite response is, thank you for taking the time to give us your feedback. It's very much appreciated.
Oh, yeah, just be nice to people. Yeah. And it
Which
fucking
is-
does their head in.
Which is definitely polite, fuck you.
Yeah, no. If someone doesn't get that's a fuck you, then they definitely need a fuck you. It's
Please find reattached for your convenience is also my second favorite corporate word sentence.
It's like when you sign off with regards instead of kind regards, you know you're fucked.
When it goes from
Regards.
thanks to kind regards, you know you're in trouble.
yeah. It's one of those things. Like for English people, I think it's if they go from very, very, very formal to just formal, that means they're angry. Whereas, and if an Australian goes from colloquial to very formal, they're just saying, "Oh, go fuck yourself." Okay, just go fuck yourself.
I always go with the, if this was read out in a court of law with no
What would it be?
reality, what would the outcome be? Because the more pleases and thank yous you say, the politer it sounds.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think it was someone who pointed out that it's in Australia when, like you call all your friends cunt, but if you're really angry at someone, it's mate. It's just, you fucked up when someone starts calling you mate.
Yeah, it's like the joke, if you're with people and someone rocks up that none of you like, you just say to someone across the table, "Oh, here's your mate." And then if it's someone everyone likes and they come, "Oh, here's this cunt." and the rest of the world goes, "What? What are you saying? What?"
Yes. I'm the only one of the only two girls in the production team, and sometimes they forget.
Oh,
Can you
no.
guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
you.
As you go.
Oh,
I was about to ask if your mic was on. I saw you talking, but wasn't quite sure if you were on mic or not.
I've been sitting here talking because my headset, you lift the arm up on it, it mutes it. And I had it down.
Oh,
And
no.
I couldn't figure out why no one was talking back to me. I'm like, talking. Anyway. I was saying you guys have given me a really bloody good idea. I'm going to do up a batch of smoked meat.
Ooh, smoked meats. Yes.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get myself a couple of kilos of honey, and I'm going to actually smoke the honey.
Smoked honey is so good.
And then I'll put it into the fermenter.
How good was that sound effect? Or
That was
it
pretty
terrible?
good.
Very good.
Yeah, yeah. Just the squeak, squeak.
23rd Street.
Yeah, it's
I'm
the
gonna need to
23rd
upgrade my
Street, not your
vision.
Nana's brandy. I'm
I
making
can
a
tell
real.
that from the back of the bottle.
I know, which is disturbing, but
I can actually tell you what kind of bottle that is. It's from
yeah. What kind of?
It's a 700 ml, and I think they call that one the Stella.
Okay. It's a nice.
You have
bottle.
to yell it to the heavens, like Stella.
I tell you what, because it's got a nice, thick, heavy base. When it's empty, it's a very good hand-sized grip here. Very good for hand-to-hand combat. Really,
I
I
had a
don't
friend
know.
who's
I don't
scared
know
that-
how
You
strong
go, Kirsten. Sorry.
they are though. Like one good thwack is, I think, all you'll get out of that.
no, I think you'd break a skull before you broke the bottle. So
I had a friend who scared the shit out of a bartender because we were several drinks into a session, and the bartender asked, "What do you want?" And he said, "A Stella,"
Stella.
because he wanted a Stella on fire. And I saw the bartender just flinch back. I felt sorry for him.
I was going to say before, you probably, I'm pretty sure Kirsten's probably heard this joke before, but
Oh, you dropped out again.
Oh no!
Your audio dropped. Oh no, you're frozen actually.
Mm.
Oh, that's well.
My-
You've got to really.
I've ever told you my grandpa.
Sorry, you're
Am I back?
breaking
Am I?
up really
Am I back?
badly. Now you seem to be back. You should start again.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, frozen.
Okay.
No, the internet's
So-
giving
A
you
really
a
bad
terrible
joke.
time.
The internet's like, nah, this
Yeah.
is a terrible joke. Absolutely not. So other than the I'm not an alcoholic, I'm supporting small business,
Yeah.
my one is keep your friends close and your bartenders closer.
Oh yes, I like that. Yes.
Oh, one quick thing. From your chat last night, you were talking about the Catherine the Great. You brought it up towards the end, and
Was
yeah.
On this
anyway,
day, Catherine the Great succeeded onto the Russian throne.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
Anyway, I actually was looking up Catherine the Great, and then it got me doing this deep dive onto Wikipedia because that's just what I do, what people do sometimes. Anyway,
Yeah.
I was looking up, and I came across I was looking up the children of Catherine the Great, etc., etc. And
Yeah.
then I got curious about something, so I looked it up, and out of the preceding 26 people who have been head of state in Russia, only 10 of them, only 10 out of 26, have actually lived longer than Catherine the Great. And, well, that I can confirm. 2 of them, I have no idea. I couldn't find any information on, 2 of them, how long they lived or anything. Only that they were a head of state at some point. And it took until the 8 heads of state later, which I'm pretty sure was the second one after the monarchy ended.
Yeah.
Before they actually lived longer than Catherine the Great.
wow. Angry, you need to let in Annette.
Well, give me a sec. Sorry. I've been busy doing a couple things.
Oh, Putin.
Kelly.
Yeah, Putin's one of them.
I'm not saying I'm drunk, but I
But
left
barely.
the camera running for half an hour. Let me roll down. Nettie.
Hey!
I had a whole box of cheesels.
I saw that. Your youngest ran off with your cheesels.
I did the last 3.
Kelly, on Stan, there is a historically accurate show on Catherine, made by the same people who did the favorite, so it's sort of stylized.
Irreverent.
That sort of stuff. Irreverent, that's the right word. I quite enjoyed it.
Spent about 20 years together in it, so I've heard, because I'm big on history and period dramas. So I like
The
to know
only
what
thing
I'm
that really bothers me about history and period dramas is they always get the hair wrong.
Oh, don't do that. They but you know, and then they put bloody Mary Queen of Scots in denim. What the fuck?
They also like, you know, the colours were modern colour and
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I'm not a big, you know, by the book kind of fashion girl, but I do like to have some kind of, I don't know, within a certain parameter of believability in it,
Exactly.
unless it is actually a fantasy. Now, like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was a fantasy that was referencing the Renaissance, whereas Reign was complete pile of bollocks.
Yeah.
And it was, I had connections and I couldn't stop watching it. It was awful. I know.
I couldn't stop either. Like I was.
Dresses.
Yeah, the dresses were really pretty.
But they were pretty, but they were
the hair that bothers me the most.
And the hair was
I wouldn't be able to tell.
And the head necklaces, and basically they just look like girls going to Coachella.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. Which was absurd. And I wanted to see Mary Queen of Scots properly dramatised without that, you know, English, oh, what a silly old Catholic slut she was, layer on it. But no,
they couldn't do that.
I couldn't do that.
I remember an ancient history class that I took in high school. One day, our teacher just showed us Troy, and just basically the entire lesson was, we're going to break down everything that's historically inaccurate about this. And there was a lot.
Oh, talking about teachers pulling things apart, during one of my creative writing classes, because I did a creative writing degree, one of the teachers gave us a chapter of this famous Australian author's writing and goes, okay, now check the grammar of this chapter. And we were going through it and we were editing so much of this chapter. And this guy is like a bestseller. And it was ridiculous.
Who was it? Peter Carey?
Bryce Courtney or guy who did Storm Boy and that. John Marsden has a appalling grammar.
Let's just rip on everyone. Oof.
Now you see that Rain, they should have just said this is a Disney fantasy for 15-year-old girls, and and not used historical figures' names in it, because they screwed everything. They absolutely screwed the whole damn lot.
The really bad thing is that people are going to watch that instead of actually studying and be like, no, this is what happens. And you're like,
no, it isn't.
Yeah, they'll think that
that's how the American education system ended up in the way it has.
I guess.
Ours is not that much better in some regards.
Well, no, it's gotten that way.
At least when I went to high school, we were taught to think critically, and I had a conversation with my mum, and she's like, "You did The Handmaid's Tale in Year 12, didn't you?" And I said, "Yeah," and it was traumatizing in Year 12 because it was 13, went through a whole bunch of shit. Anyway,
it's a traumatizing book. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the teachers just wanted to warn you about what's coming. Yeah.
It's very true. And then my mum's like,
can't let you go without warning you.
I started watching the TV show and it's awful. And I was like, yeah, it is. It's meant to be awful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I never started it.
Yeah,
I can't watch it.
I had to give up.
because-
It was giving me such anxiety. Like I was just not having a good. I was having a bad time in real life, and then add that on top of it, and I was just like, I
Yeah,
can't
I've got anxiety.
really handle this.
Yeah, no, there's no way that you can no way
2020.
that I can watch it.
Yeah.
I read Bandit Queen when I was about 22,
Oh wow.
23. Yeah,
Cool and
about
Debbie story.
yeah, her.
Yeah.
And I was just
Can you
enraged
hear me again?
for 2 weeks.
I can
What
hear you,
happened
Ed.
there?
No, I
what-
can't
Now
hear
we
you
can't
now.
hear you.
Watching that you were,
Now we
It's
can
in
hear
and
you.
out.
So what are you saying, Aidsy?
you can't hear me at all.
Well, we're talking.
What were you
Oh.
watching that you were freaking?
Oh,
Freaking
okay.
The Handmaid's Tale, the HBO series of The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh yeah. You know what? I've always thought it was a shit book, a shit story, a shit couple of movies, and a shit series. I just always thought it was a crap idea, and why they keep on pouring money into it, I don't know why.
Because sometimes it feels like it's real, and that's the upsetting.
Yeah.
That's what they did with the TV show. With the TV show, they made it feel very real and visceral.
And you know what's really, really strange about the whole like TV show, like 4 years later, it's almost like America's actually going through that, and they paid no attention to the fact that this is going on.
Yep. It really started to feel very real. Oh wow! What the hell happened to my camera just then?
No
Blackout.
idea.
This camera is shitting me so much. Plus, you're probably getting the peeing sound effect from the drink I'm filtering.
That's
But,
what that is.
Now we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you mention it.
Oh god
Which
damn.
makes it extra sus.
So I think this thing is just going to shit me to tears. This webcam has some really severe shortcomings. Okay, now from what I've been told, if I leave, the stream will keep going and I can rejoin it.
But you might need to make one of us an admin so that we can let you in.
Maybe. Let me see.
Well-
what options are there?
Well,
No, there's not
I've
actually
got
that
an
kind of
idea.
role.
I have an idea, Angry.
What's your idea, mate?
Is go option one, just leave and come back. And
Yeah.
if you can't come back, kill it. Give us all an invitation and we'll come back.
Yeah, we could try that. But from what you've told me, yeah, you've been able to keep having conversations when I
That's right.
I'm going to leave because I need to turn my this camera shits me. Anyway, so okay, I'm going to leave and I'll probably come back. It might be a minute because I need to adjust the camera while I'm going. So
Okay.
okay, you
We'll
guys
be
keep
hopeful.
chatting. Yeah, you guys keep chatting. I'm going to be back in a minute or two.
All right.
What is he eating? Aidsy, what have you got?
Well, don't ask him. It could be
anything.
frightening.
It's not going to be frightening. It's cereal.
There we go. See, not frightening at all. Very innocent.
Checking in the other tab, we are apparently live, so it hasn't
Yeah.
stopped. So.
So Rain and I once, like, we were the last people left and it was like 1 a.m. And for a solid like 40 minutes afterwards, we just kept chatting.
Yeah. Oh, I think I know who the author was. Matthew Riley.
Yeah. I remember there was that period with the Da Vinci Code, and everyone was raving about Dan Brown,
Oh,
and I remember reading it and just kind of going, "Okay, this is what everyone's talking about."
Yes,
an
but
author
also
who write,
people L. James fucking 50 Shades of Wank was interesting, and that's what you get.
Oh,
Get
The sentence that
Saltborn written by.
always
Pieces of fiction ever made. It was one of the greatest works of art.
Oh, come on, you can't defend it.
Shades of Love.
What are you doing, you weird man?
He's trying to defend 50
These
Shades of
people
Grey.
are knocking 50 Shades of Grey like it's a bad show.
He hasn't read it or seen it.
Of course not.
I've
Because
heard
how
very.
do you know that it would be, it's like really bad in terms of safety. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
so bad in terms of safety.
well,
It's
it's a fantasy, isn't
about,
it?
like
Bit of a rubbish
No, but-
fantasy.
But yeah, people who know about anything, even the slightest bit about the culture of like BDSM and all that sort of stuff, know that consent is a major issue, and that line gets crossed so many times, and it's stalkerish, it's obsessive, it's really unhealthy and just really bad. And
the
Past the first page because the writing was just so.
writing was so bad.
Right down to the bit where they fuck up the relationship with the dom and the sub. The sub is always in control. The
Oh,
dom
absolutely.
is the one that's serving the sub, and they fucked it up from day one. And
Yeah, but the problem was that it was a Mormon woman thinking what that environment and those sort of communities are like, not actually knowing anything about it while she was writing. And then the other it's a really great indicator of the basic white bitches. Like you're like, oh, so what are your shades of grey? And the ones that are like, oh my God, love it. You're like, you see it, goodbye.
It's Twilight fan fiction, for Christ's sake.
It was Twilight fan fiction.
And Twilight was written by another one of these fucking Christian idiot bitches.
Yeah, Mormon.
Who had sex in a life that was talking about sparkly fucking vampires. For fuck's sake. I mean, come on.
I have softened a little bit on Twilight. I still think there are definitely themes throughout it that are really harmful and really quite fucked up. But the only reason I've softened on it is because the vitriol against it basically just seemed to be that this is something teenage girls like, and we're just going to shit all over it. Even though there's plenty of things that teenage boys like that is fucking awful and just as badly written. You know?
You're all those dainty nymphomaniacs being exploded by the octopus penis monsters in Japanese anime. Yeah, no, we just ignore that.
But I mean,
just Michael Bay, full stop.
Yeah,
just like,
that's it, right? Transformers was problematic as F, and nobody,
not including Bumblebee.
Yes,
but what was wrong with Transformers?
Just
I watched that with my kids when they were little.
Sexploitation of poor Megan Fox and the fact that she had no autonomy and all that like problematic shit.
Yeah, Megan Fox got such a raw end of the deal. I feel really sorry for Megan Fox. She wasn't treated fairly at all, and it really upset me quite a lot, just like how badly she was treated, and just in retrospect. And it's just, Michael Bay is a fucking creep and an asshole, and he makes films that you can't even remember afterwards because they're just total incoherent nonsense. But that never got the level of vitriol that something like Twilight did. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
as I said,
but there are people who just love their vampires and they do not like to see their classic vampires fucked with. Like vampires are supposed to be actually scary and glittery glitteriness, but also, I mean, we were having a lot of fun with it as well. Like, oh my God, this is the millennials. We're Gen X. Let's just give them shit because it's fun, you know?
On the other hand, some parts of like New Moon, the movie, were genuinely like ridiculous. Like, I didn't know it was a comedy, and I don't think it was meant to be. But by golly, I laughed hard.
Well, hang on. Which movie was that?
New Moon.
New Moon.
I haven't seen that. I don't know what that is.
It's the second one. I went with a group of work colleagues, and I was definitely added happy things. But boy, oh boy, did I laugh a lot.
Okay. I actually read Breaking Dawn, the fourth book, when I was in high school, and I was so absorbed in it that I actually forgot, like, because we were on a sports trip, and it was sports day, and I was so absorbed in it that I didn't hear them saying that the buses were going, and so I ended up having to stick around for a few extra hours and leave with the juniors because I missed the bus. And it was just because I was sitting in a little bit off because I wasn't participating in any of the sports. So I was just reading the book. But yeah.
Which book was that?
Yeah.
Was that Twilight?
The fourth Twilight book, yeah.
I had such problems with the fourth Twilight book. That's one of the books that I haven't finished, right? So there are very few books that I won't go all the way to the end. And I got to Renesmee and I was like, nah, done. I can't do this anymore. And I was probably like 16 at the time. And yeah, I just refused to continue.
I must admit, I managed to avoid because
Breaking Dawn.
What was the
one of the Twilight books? It's one of the Twilight books, Aidsy.
Renesmee is the name of the child that the main two characters have.
Apparently that's quite boring how she has to give birth.
Oh yeah, it's extremely boring.
It's really, really bad. But yeah, I just couldn't do it. Like, I was just like,
so she's supposed to be balancing the force or ripping it apart? Question.
Both. Anyway.
Ooh.
Doesn't sound good.
That's when you bring on the pretty wolves who aren't gay at all.
Safa, I'm also drinking a Negroni. It's my Friday night drink. I'm probably going to have to get another one very shortly.
Yeah. I'm having
I'm having my third of these 20th century things.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. You know, about a quarter of the way through the drink, it starts tasting like liquefied marshmallow. Strawberry marshmallow. Yeah.
Oh, well, that sounds good.
That does sound good.
And
that's all the sugar syrup in that pink gin.
Yeah.
And I think there is some kind of weird interaction with cheesels as well, which is also unexpectedly, unpredictably delicious.
Okay.
You would be surprised how many drinks cheesels go well with.
Cheesels basically go well with everything.
Well, life's pretty straight without twisties.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Safa's onto it with the Negroni, saying it sounds Italian. Safa, Negroni is the Italian drink. It's
But because I'm bougie as hell, because I'm bougie as hell, I had a Maiden sweet vermouth.
Yeah.
It's Australian. I had a gin from Tasmania, and I had the Imbroglio Portom's Amaro, which is from New South Wales.
There you go. And Aussie
all Aussie Grony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to go.
Because, yeah, the
This one
history
is really, really good.
What's that one?
This is the Autonomy Native Australian Amaro.
Ah,
I want you. Native Australian Amaro. So this one's made in Spotswood.
in
And it's so
Spotswood.
good.
Okay.
So good.
Yes, because for
This
those who
is
don't
our
know, sorry,
third bottle.
third
It's our
bottle.
third bottle. We go through it so fast.
I'd say you're into Amaro more than me. I don't mind a little bit of Amaro, a little bit of bitterness, but I'm not heavy into it.
I did not rate Negronis 12 months ago. Mine is slippery slope.
The slippery Negroni slope.
Ooh.
How we got into a Negroni drinking mood is that we had a blackberry Negroni and we had a Jaffa Negroni. So it's a bit of chocolate and a bit of orange liqueur added to the Negroni, at which point you're like, yeah, this is delicious.
Yeah. See, okay, the folklore about the Negroni is it's a riff on another popular Italian drink, which was called the Americano.
No, the other way around.
Is it the other way around? I thought it was someone decided get rid of the soda in the Americano and add gin. I want a drink that really.
I would not question Kirsten on gin history.
No, I certainly wouldn't. But it's the Negroni is actually that was someone's title, I think.
Yeah, Count Negroni is the Italian noble who was like, "This is going to be my drink."
Count Emilio Negroni. Yes. Say, give me some.
You
gin.
might be right.
Yeah, the Americano is vermouth, Amaro, and soda. And he said, no, to hell with that. Just give me vermouth, Amaro, and gin. I want to get shit-faced today. And the Negroni was born.
Yeah.
Safa,
you can have...
Amaro literally means bitter. It's an Italian word that means bitter. And there are a million different drinks that are all called Amaros, and they all taste different, but they're all bitter. In fact, the live stream, Kirsten and I are always on the Applewood live stream. Henry has a game he calls "What's That Bitter Taste?"
in my mouth.
Where he gets people to blind taste an Amaro, which might be from Europe, might be from Australia, might be. And so the first thing they do when they're tasting the smelling and tasting the Amaro, go, do you think this is Old World or New World? Old World is continental Europe. New World is anywhere outside continental Europe, including England. If it's from England, it's New World. And then if they guess Old World, New World, then tries to narrow it down to country. And like if it's Old World, they'll do things like, well, do you think it's French, Italian, or Swedish? You know, or if it's New World, is it Australian?
You can tell when he's trying to like throw off the guest. Like,
but it works.
He's got such great. Well, he did go to acting school, but yeah,
yes.
Good Henry.
Yeah.
So we went to the same uni, right?
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Like 10 years apart, but yeah.
Yeah.
He was telling stories about Porn Party, and I was there when Porn Party was founded. Child.
He's a young'un. Henry's a young'un.
He's a baby.
Yeah, but yeah, they play this game of blind tasting an Amaro, and there's literally hundreds of beverages it could actually be, and they try and guess which beverage it is. There's about half a dozen to a dozen well-known Amaros, but then there's 100 really obscure ones.
I love the fact that he goes to the bitters lab and manages like, and they give him a bunch of like different ones that are super obscure.
Mm. Yeah,
the New World version of Amaro has to do with the fact that Italians and that sort of continental Europe have been making these for millennia, whereas it wasn't a flavour that the UK typically like gravitated to. So only sort of been in the last like 100 years that the UK would have made Amaros.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, the Italians love their bitter. There are so many bitter drinks, aperitifs and digestives in Italy. I don't know what it is about Italy, but they friggin' love even soft drinks. You get Chinotto soft drink, a really bitter cola-ish soft drink.
I've been attempting to learn a song that is in Italian. Because I've been watching Money Heist, which is set in Spain, but they have a song that they sing called Bella Ciao, which is originated as a folk song in the Italian fields, but during World War II, its lyrics got adapted to be basically a song of resistance against the fascists.
Oh, nice.
And so, I've been trying. It's hard enough sometimes for me to store lyrics in my head when they're in English.
Yep.
Let alone Italian.
A real challenge you're setting yourself.
Yeah, I think I've got the first 3 verses down at least, because the main sort of 2 lines of every verse is always bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. So you've got a little bit to latch onto.
Yeah. So that show that's on Netflix, Money Heist, just cracks me up as such a weird name show. It's like, do they have a sequel called Murder Kill? It's just like
the original Spanish is La Casa de Papel, which means House of Paper, basically.
Well, that's a better name. Who the fuck calls it Money Heist?
Probably because House of Cards is problematic these days.
Yeah. But also as well because the first 2 seasons, the actual heist that they're doing is they're hijacking the mint of Spain so they can print a shitload of money. So kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Speaking of the old House of Cards, did anyone see the picture of Ghislaine and dickhead from House of Cards, sitting on the throne?
Oh, yes. Yes. The a touristy thing they did, and the symbolism of these people who were sexual predators and abusers sitting on the throne of England when we have fairly abundant evidence that they are also protectors of predators and abusers. And little Randy Andy is so heavily incriminated in the fucking Epstein abuse of minors. Jesus. That. Oof. Oof.
I would not be surprised if the Queen just bloody upped and died after finding out about that. I think maybe she hasn't been told, because it hasn't made the front page. Maybe she doesn't turn over the front page or something. It's the only way she can stay alive.
How forthright is it that Andy? Because obviously the evidence has been growing and growing and growing that he hid somebody, but now that it's growing and growing and growing that he not only knew about it, but that there's whispers. Is it participation as well? Is that what's going on?
Yes. There are photos of him with Epstein at these parties and with a young girl, and she has said, I was really significantly underage, and yes, he did the nasty, and his excuses and waffling was so embarrassing because she called him a gross, sweaty, gropey guy, and he come up with this weird thing that he can't sweat, and it's like, dude, the sweaty was just an insult, okay?
The thing is that the internet then went and found like 17 different photos of him looking visibly
sweaty.
Can I slightly pivot to an interesting fact that I learned recently that I was not aware of?
Yes.
Apparently, Bruce Lee had his sweat glands removed from under his armpits, and that might actually be responsible for how he died as a result of heat stroke. I read that it's when someone told me that, I thought they were trolling me. I thought they were just making shit up. And then I looked it
Why?
up, and apparently it's true. He didn't like
he did
the
go to
look
a lot
of stains on
extremes.
his shirt.
He did go to
apparently.
a lot of extremes to make himself Hollywood perfect.
Mm.
The death, however, was a simple case of sepsis. He basically got septic blood and it killed him.
That's right. I think it was like a few weeks before that he had actually collapsed because of heat stroke related to that. But yeah, it was ultimately sepsis that.
No, I just looked it up. Bruce Lee had his sweat glands removed because
it's fucked up.
He thought underarm sweat looked bad. And yeah, he did have problems with heat stroke because of what the fuck, dude? What?
I know. It was the craziest because I grew up as a Bruce Lee fan. I've seen every single Bruce Lee movie. I was, very heavily invested in him when I was younger. And I found this out and I was just like, oh, that's even crazier than the conspiracy theory that he was killed by the triad because he was teaching white people how to do kung fu. That's like reality is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is.
And he used to
think up some other bugger's going to try and make it real.
And he used to ingest a lot of cannabis too. Like he didn't smoke it. He was ingesting resin, I think. He elevated him to a higher plane. And that could have been a contributing factor as well. Just the fact that he had a weird amount of hash ingestion.
And that will fuck up your body temperature regulation very quickly.
My dad went backpacking through Nepal, I think, and all the Sherpas recommended hashish as a treatment for altitude sickness because it apparently is very good for that as well. So that makes sense in terms of like the temperature of extreme altitudes as well.
Yeah, and it basically also alters your oxygen intake. So to turn the hashish into the fat oil that it's got to be stored as, your oxygen has to basically be reassigned to that chemical process. So your body gets used to the idea of needing less oxygen to function. So the altitude sickness doesn't hurt you as much because your body's going, oh, we need less oxygen anyway because we've got this hash on board. The beauty of it is the hash oil can take forever to make the oil happen into fat. It doesn't need to do it overnight. It just needs to do it eventually. But the body goes, oh, no, it's cool. We're used to less oxygen. The other thing with the Sherpas is that they've got slightly different shaped blood cells, which carry more oxygen with them as they go, which is why they look blue all the time. It's because their blood is a lot darker than your blood or my blood.
Less oxygen.
Yeah, well, less oxygen, but more oxygen.
Yeah,
it's more oxygen hidden away.
All right. Okay, now I'm just wanting other weird facts. So far, I've looked up about Count Negroni and Bruce Lee.
You right, or was I right?
Sorry, what was that, Kirsten?
Were you right, or was I right? I think you might be right.
The Americano came first. It had soda in it, and the Count Negroni said, "Fuck that weak ass soda water shit. Throw some gin in there. I want to get
some gin up, yeah."
And then the word got around. Hey, Count Negroni, just like you remember how we found him in the street, face down in his own vomit? Well, I found out why that happened because he invented this kick-ass new drink, and because he's aristocracy, we'd all be very cool if we also got shit-faced drunk on this drink. And thus the Negroni was born. But, okay, this just reminds the Billy Connolly joke about the Scotsmen who go to Vatican City and they want to see the Pope, and they go to an Italian bar and say, what's the Pope's favorite drink? And the barman says creme de menthe, and they go, okay, 2 pints of creme de menthe, and and they scull it and they go, that's not bad, that's like polos, it's like breath mints. And they have another, and then the way Billy Connolly tells the joke, he spends about 10 minutes describing how bad they are the next morning. They're waking up in a gutter and they've sort of picked themselves, they're covered in, and he spends about 10 minutes on the description of how gross their situation is because they drank a couple of litres of creme de menthe. And after he goes through all this description of how bad they look, the punchline is one of them turns to the other and goes, so that's what the Pope drinks. No wonder they have to carry him around in that chair. And the joke is really that he spends 10 minutes describing how disgusting they are the next morning. But there's an Australian version of that I like. Two Aussie blokes go to see the Pope, and they're in the square where the Pope's walking around, and they're shit-faced drunk. They've got an esky and they've got beers and and they're waving an Aussie flag and going, Aussie, 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 Pope, 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 Aussie, Aussie. And their family are watching. They see this on TV because the Pope's being broadcast on TV, and they see their friends doing this, and they're going, oh, this is so embarrassing. This is awful. But the Pope walks directly to them and goes, and does a blessing. And they're like, what the hell? They were why did the Pope bless them? Oh, the Pope's a wonderful man. And these guys get back home and they go, oh, we couldn't believe that the Pope blessed you. And they went, what? Yeah, the Pope blessed you. He didn't bless us. We saw him. He leaned over you and went, and he go, oh, no. He said, you get your esky and your mate, fuck off.
Yeah.
But it's because I went to Catholic school. We used to tell Catholic jokes all the time.
I think there was an Adam Hills routine where he was talking about how there's in Australian Sign Language, there's a sign that's, and it apparently means you and you fuck the lot of yous.
Hey. But
it's also, it apparently also overlaps with airline stewardesses indicating to exits.
Right. Sorry, Aussie Gun Bunny. I've had a couple of drinks and I didn't notice you saying in the chat you were there. But you're here now.
I'm here. I am here. Damn it!
Now we're just dying for your joke.
Okay. All right.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Okay.
Yes.
So, my great uncle worked in an Irish distillery, and unfortunately, one terrible day he passed away. They found him the next morning in the barrel of whiskey, and they concluded that he must have drowned there. He would have died a lot quicker if he didn't get out to piss 3 or 4 times.
I've heard a variant of that with like an Irish mother's letter to her son and goes, oh, your Uncle Seamus died. He fell into the whiskey vat at the local distillery. His friends tried to rescue him, but he bravely fought them off.
Nice.
So,
yes.
In the watching whiskey community, there's like some icky like dudes who are like, I only like it when it's 12 years old and all that.
Yeah.
Right. So whiskey women sort of community, it's like, I only like it when it's, in a cask starved of oxygen. It's like, that is right.
Oh dear. So
in a cask for several years and starved of oxygen.
Yeah. Stella's chimed in case of emergency, fuck you, fuck the lot of you. We deserve that. I'm not sure exactly what that relates to.
That's referring to the Adam Hills routine, where it's in case of emergency, fuck you, and fuck the lot of you.
Right.
Because it overlaps with the Australian Sign Language and the where the exits are.
So I was thinking the famous resignation letter, guys. Someone quitting in a work and famously said, "Okay, I'm just going like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out of here." It's like everyone wants to do that at some point.
When I was working at a call center for Salesforce, and one of our guys quit. He was such a rabble rouser kind of guy. He just suddenly stood up at the end of his shift and went into a diatribe about how these are the. By the way, this was the year 2001.
Yeah.
These are the sweatshops of the 21st century. La, 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 la. And then he went in great drama out the door. And I felt like clapping, but nobody else did.
No.
I've definitely seen somebody hand in a deepest sympathy, like.
Yeah. What's that one, Kelly? That looked good. What was that?
Fuck you and goodbye.
No.
Nice.
The dark and hilarious history of the resignation letter.
Nice.
That is a very
Really good stuff in here. As soon as I saw it at the bookshop, strangely enough, at my university bookshop, I had to get it. I just had to, and it's really funny.
Yeah. Hey, Annette.
I remember writing a resignation letter and keeping it in my top drawer in a job that I was less than happy with. And after my third manager, I had to cross out yet another name. So I just wrote a letter, just kept crossing out names.
Yeah, well,
my last day will be this date, and I was going to write it in. So I hand wrote it in on the day that I resigned. And I stood up in the middle of the open plan office. I remember those. And was like, who's my manager today? I can't remember. Threw the resignation letter in the air.
There was one guy in this book, he wrote a resignation letter. I think it was about 100 pages. And I'm trying to remember if it was him or someone else. But they ended up, it became really well known on the internet or something, and it ended up becoming a stage play.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wow.
Nice.
I think it was a resignation from the IMF. Yeah.
I never manage more than 4 lines, and it was a pleasure for me to leave.
Yeah.
Done.
Hey, Annette, Safa wants us to slap him because in answer to your story, he said, I was 9 in 2001. So he just wants
I was
us
at least in high school in 2001.
wants us to slap him.
I was 10 in 2001.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
Kelly's asking for trouble too. Okay.
I think I was grade.
I ended 1990s. Yeah. So, most of the 2001, I was 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the year before high school for
He's
me.
getting wasted in the 90s. You guys had lost out. Yeah.
I was in
we
year
know it.
11. I was in year 11 in 2001. Sorry.
I was at HMS Cerberus.
There you go.
2001.
Yeah. Sorry.
In year 11, I wanted to be at HMAS Cerberus, and then I realized that I'd have to do the fitness test, and I wasn't going to do that.
No. Fitness test.
Can I just say I really don't
grade
remember
5.
much of it. I really don't remember much of HMS Service because I spent most of it drunk.
Fair enough. That sounds like the Navy to me. That's
Yeah.
I only remember 2001 clearly in my memory just because I remember Cheese TV being interrupted by the
Cheese
September
TV.
11th attacks.
I remember that. I remember Rove being interrupted by that.
wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I
remember. So I was watching Rove, and across the bottom of the screen it said, a plane has hit the whichever tower got hit first.
Mm.
Like it rolled across the screen, and I remember going, "Huh, what?" And
Yeah.
then I went to the other room and I got my mum because I was like, "This feels significant."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
being woken up by my boyfriend, and him saying, "It's like something out of Fight Club." And I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? Let me sleep." No, get up and see it. This is in a huge, a share household that was on top of a pub, an old pub. So
Yep,
there
yep,
were
yep.
lots of rooms with. Well, anyway, it was. I think it had once been a den of iniquity. Anyway,
There's iniquity.
well,
You can just say a fun place, but a place to have a good time.
A fun place it was, certainly. And he woke me up, and the whole house was out there staring at the TV, one of those big boxy ones, and just going, "Oh, is this really happening? What the fuck?"
Yeah.
The plane came in. I went, "There's another one. There's another one. It's coming."
Yeah.
I remember thinking, "Ooh, someone's gonna get in trouble."
Yeah.
And then the second plane hit, and I was like, "Oh no, that was on purpose."
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
The second one was like, "Yes, this was on purpose. This is an attack."
I remember Charlie Pickering calling me up, and he said, "Turn on the television now." And I said, "What channel?" He said, "Any channel. Turn it on now." And I've turned it on, and I've seen the first one repeated going in. Then I saw the second one going in, and he said, "So, the predictor of comics everywhere, what's going to happen?" And I said, "It was a stupid thing to do." And he said, "But clever." I said, "Oh, clever, definitely. But America's now going to get its stompy boots on and start smashing a lot of the world, and we're all going to hurt." Ta-da!
Yeah. I remember arguing with a friend who had finished a political science degree. He said, "No, they'll sort it out. It'll be all very, civilized and responsible." I'm like, no, you don't know Americans.
No,
you
you
haven't
don't
been on
know
the internet.
Americans.
We had a lecturer. We had a lecturer at uni who was American, and we'd all pretty much everyone in that class during primary school had experienced September 11th, and she was expressing this thought of how could anyone ever find the events of September 11th funny in any way? And we were just sitting there, just going, "We're not American."
Yeah.
and there's a certain pathos in regards to just how much America's fucked with everyone else in the world.
Yeah.
that comes along
they
with
kept it from their people. They really kept it from their people. A lot.
The chaser back at this point.
Know that at the Second World War, there was big debate as to which side the Americans were going to go in on. They didn't know if they were going to go in on the side of the Allies or the side of the Germans.
Yeah, there were big Nazi rallies in America. Big Nazi rally in
that.
Senior Nazi officials inspired by American policy as well. That's
Yeah. They
It's,
snuck the Pennsylvanian Health Commission into and out of Berlin just before the war, so that they could pick up the techniques of euthanizing and sterilizing the mentally feeble, so they could bring techniques back to America before the wall came down. And everyone knew there was a war coming and that the communication lines were going to get shut down, but they had to get this eugenics in as quick as they could. and to this day, Americans don't know that it was because of the blockade of the Mississippi River that the American Civil War was won. To this day, they don't know that the dropping of the atomic bombs was for Russia. It had nothing to do with Japan. To this day, they don't know about fucking so many things that are desperately obvious to the rest of the world. The first Iraq War, the first Gulf War, you know, oh yes, they'd invaded Kuwait, which was, you know, very, very, very bad. Yes, yes. But you know what else they'd done? They'd said, well, fuck you, if you're going to keep on sanctioning us, we're going to stop selling our oil in American dollars. We're going to start selling it in euros. And the Americans said, oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not going to do that. And they said, oh, well, we're going to. And they said, oh, well, we're going to see all about that. And in they came with the stompy boots and gave them a slap and a warning. And then, you know, 12 years later, back they came. You know, China,
after starving all the Iraqis with just sanctions that would violate even the most basic human rights reforms as well. Like the amount of Iraqis on the ground after the Second World War who were just starving in the streets and were just, because of the US sanctions and because of the fucking just continual foreign policy, which happened all throughout the Clinton administration as well. Yeah. It's I thoroughly recommend anyone to look up Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins, and it goes into a little bit just not only in terms of like the actual force that America throws out in terms of military, but how they completely go into other countries to implement their own agendas and to just entrench them in debt so that they will vote the way they want them to vote at the UN. You know, like American foreign policy.
They've got the most inefficient farming system in the world, basically because they don't give a fuck how much they pay their farmers, as long as they produce enough corn and enough rice and enough grains so that they can go into the world market where wheat is being sold at $850 a tonne. And then they can go in and say, we are selling wheat at $300 a tonne. And any third world country that goes against them gets their backs broken. They cannot go up against that. And then they basically go, what will you do to bring it back up to $550 a tonne? And they say, well, it's what you're going to do, actually. It's what you're going to do now. It's what you're going to do in the future. And they do this over and over and over and over again. And this is just one of the things they do. And everybody's painting China as the bad guy, and they are the bad guy. Let's not get a fucking misapprehension against that. Everybody's painting China as the bad guy, but when they face up against their bad guy, they've got a real big bad guy to face up against. The trump card will be which side Russia comes in on. And there is no guarantee that it'll be the Chinese. There is no guarantee. So it'll be interesting. And this is, I don't know. I don't know. And I have no evidence for this. But this is why I think we started to see some dealings with the Trump and Russians in the elections, as they're starting to make their deals now. Like America and China are going to go head to head, and which side do you want Russia to be on? Start negotiating with us. This is what we want. What can you give us? And I think it's going to be an interesting place. Australia, as per fucking usual, has more rocks than sense, so that we'll be fine. But and it's really weird too. We've got this weird gentleman's agreement among the big powers of the world that no one touches Australia, because that's where everyone gets their natural resources from. So no one touches Australia, and it's like, okay,
Well,
that feels a bit
you know,
icky and
we're
stalkery.
mostly desert. I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm
there's
sorry.
some nice bits.
Yeah, there are
There's
some nice
nice
bits.
bits.
And
under the desert is that red dirt that gets turned into steel.
Yeah.
we do have some nice resources there. Yeah. But we're a long way from anywhere. We're not going to stay a long way from anywhere. But I think the COVID crisis has shown that we're remarkably well positioned, because this is a smallish population on an island, a big island. And we're just difficult. It's just a difficult place. The only place more difficult is New Zealand, which is even more remote than Australia. We've got the most remote city in the world. That's Perth.
That's my hometown.
Can I tell you guys a little story about
Yes.
a little exercise that we did with the Americans?
Yeah.
Where we basically simulated an invasion, where the
Yeah.
Americans invaded Australia.
Yeah.
And what we did is we set up a fake army in the middle of the desert,
Yeah.
and we had guys set up radio communications where they were transmitting just meaningless conversations, and telling all these different units, okay, move here, move there. And when the Americans finally figured out where all of this was coming from, and they launched their attack on these units, because they had gone ahead and set up fake tanks and all sorts of stuff there, so that when their aircraft flew past to have a look at it, they saw stuff there. And of course, nothing was actually there.
Yeah.
And as soon as they attacked, we launched a counterattack and absolutely decimated them. Because what you need to remember is that the American army their special forces is about as well trained as our standard troops. Not our special forces, just our regular army.
Yeah, our regular grunt gets a bit. I think it's 3 more weeks training than their special forces.
Yeah, well, that's even
unbelievable.
That's even the case with the police in America. They were saying about how like in all these different countries, they were comparing the amount of training the police get in America versus Canada and all these other places, and sometimes it'd be years of difference because like Americans would only get like a few weeks, and then they'd be out on the streets. But in other places you need degrees, you need this, you need that.
You need a degree.
It always reminds me,
become a detective.
One of the cops in The Simpsons, it always cracks me up. There's a thing where something's going down and the cops have to spring into action. I think it's Eddie just goes, one of the cops just goes, "This is where my weekend of police training kicks in." And it's like,
The really funny thing is that, like, that warrior training and all that sort of stuff, like, that's so problematic.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Yeah. If you want a real eye-opener, one of my favorite podcasts, Behind the Bastards, did a series, it's like 6 episodes called Behind the Police. We just trace the history of the United States Police Service. And they're just criminals. They've just always been thugs and criminals. And it's absolutely mind-blowing how we lie to ourselves about why and how the police was set up. I don't think it's as bad in Australia, but the actual true history of the US police force is an absolute nightmare. Like, they've just been employed, they've been paid thugs to beat up poor people and protect rich people from the get-go.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
Australian police are still bad.
In Britain, when it began in Britain, it was basically gangs of thugs paid to look after rich people's property.
Yeah, it was slave catchers.
And wanted to grab it.
Yeah. In the US, it was slave catchers, and in the UK, it was primarily a ways to suppress and control the working class and to break strikes in particular. That's the origin of modern policing. And and in regards to Australia's police, I had the fun experience recently at some of the protests at Kangaroo Point of being surrounded by police, giving me an unlawful move-on order, and telling me to move in a direction I could not move because their colleagues were blocking the way.
Yeah.
This was after they had arrested about 60 people because they refused to negotiate to try and get food to the people inside the detention center at Kangaroo Point.
Yeah.
It was just as simple as handing it over the wall and negotiating with Serco to get food to the people inside, and they refused to do it. And they fucked people up, and they had some very unpleasant experiences. I got off fairly light in the overall terms of things, but yeah, I think particularly growing up in Queensland and having parents who were involved, who grew up in Queensland during the Joh-Bjelke-Petersen era, has given me a unique perspective on Australian police. And it's like, sure, they don't kill as many people in broad daylight, quite as much as the US, but they're still fucked to their very core.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Protecting power. But yeah, particularly Queensland. Oh my God, that's me. Dutton said recently he's trying to say what a good guy he is. And he said something about, are you impugning my character? I was a Queensland police officer. And it's like, dude,
Queensland drug cop too.
Yeah,
he wasn't just any normal on the beat. He was a drug cop. And it's like, you go down to the Gold Coast, and I know who I'm more scared of on the Gold Coast when it comes to the tram lines. And it's not the meth heads, it's the fucking police.
Yeah.
I'm in Queensland.
Yeah.
I am too. I'm in Brisbane.
Yeah.
I'm up in Townsville.
Yeah, half of us are in Queensland. Half in Melbourne.
I'm in Queensland. When I go astral travelling to Queensland, I've got a little girlfriend I meet there, and we drink cups of imaginary jasmine tea and talk about the Akashic records, and then she gets called back by her husband for a route, and then she's got to go, and I'm bored and I'm lonely. And so then what I do is I go along the power lines. Because if you go astral traveling along the power lines, it's really weird because you don't know where you'll pop out, and you pop out at some weird places. Like you'll pop out in front of a Japanese family watching TV, and they'll be just watching TV, picking their nose, and you go, where the fuck am I? Or you'll pop out in Alaska at a weather station, and you'll go, yeah, no, this didn't work. And then, or you'll pop out in Canberra, and you just go, oh yeah, I know where I am now. I can go home. And it's it's weird because you get atomized, you get almost torn into bits, and then streamed along the electricity channels, and then spewed out the power point at the other end. What's worse? The worst is you do it during autumn and winter mostly, because during winter and summer you'll get often spewed out of a fan, so you'll come as bits out of the electricity only to go into the airstream of the fan and have to put yourself back together through swirling mists of air, which is really fucked up.
That sounds very David Lynch-like.
Yeah. And the cats
sounds like a very David Lynch
in the
kind
room lose their fucking shit when you arrive. They just go out of their fucking minds. When you turn up, they just immediately look at you. The dogs just bark the fuck. And the owners are all going, shut up, shut up, shut up. The cats fucking will jump at whatever appliance it is. If it's a fan, doesn't matter, and just fucking scratch crap out of it. You're astral. There's nothing can hurt you. You're at home, sitting in your chair or in bed. And they're scratching the fuck out of you, going, "You're fucked. You can piss off. You're gonna hurt everything. You're unnatural." It's like, I'm actually quite natural, and I'm quite decent too.
On that note, it's actually past midnight.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna go to bed. That was all fun though. So
Yep.
thanks everyone, Cam. Thanks everyone in the chat. Barbara, Stella. Anyone else who's
Love
still
you guys.
playing?
Thanks for letting me be on your device. I really appreciate
Bye.
it. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
But yeah.